Former missing persons. What's your story? Serious. In 1975 I was a 2-year-old American child living in Iran. This was before the fall of the Shah and America was friendly with Iran. My father was an independent contractor training the Iranian military how to fly helicopters. We lived in a beautiful home in the expat part of Tehran. I was a tow-headed white toddler with blue eyes, which was a rarity in those parts. One afternoon while my father was at work and my brothers were supposedly at school, my mother decided to go to market with her friends. She decided to leave me with a trusted maid, but this was rare. She had developed an excellent relationship with our family and my mother finally trusted her to watch me alone. My mother returned several hours later to an empty home and went into a panic. She called my father, all the other expats, and the embassy to launch a search for me. My 2 older brothers were supposed to be in school, but had skipped to hang out at the market, smoke hash, and eat pistachios with the locals. They noticed our maid and saw that she was carrying a child. They approached her and saw that it was me. She was talking to a man they didn't know. My brothers confronted her. She screamed, put me on the ground, and ran away. This caused a commotion, and she was captured by the market security, similar to the moral police. Come to find out that she was talking to a slaver attempting to sell me into some strange sex trade looking for blonde hair and blue eyes. The police took her, and we never heard anything about her again. I was saved from sex trafficking by my delinquent brothers. Edit. Wow. I posted this and went to bed an hour later or so. I didn't expect it would get this many comments. A few clarifying points. I'm a man. I don't remember any of this because of my age. I was in my early teens before anyone told me about it, and my brothers don't give me much shit about it, but they do consider it a funny memory, probably because of the hash. I was missing for 3 days out on the open water. I was boating with my father and we were in a small boat. We had all sorts of supplies, knives, life jackets, fishing rods, flares, cooking utensils and materials, all the stuff. Anyways, we were both in this one boat. We were at a dock, but we didn't tie the boat to the dock, which was a dumb idea. I was told to hold on to the dock so I don't flow away. I held on, but there were somewhat strong currents, and it was kind of windy. I let go. I didn't mean to. I had to. I didn't know how to swim at this time, but I started to float away. I couldn't jump out because I would most likely drown, and I was out of sight. I panicked and just hoped for the best. If we didn't have the materials in the boat, I probably would have died. Anyways, I floated away and eventually I was out of sight from the land. It was very scary. I closed my eyes and just hoped to God I would survive. I prayed and am an atheist. I wanted all the luck I could get. I kept hydrated with the bottled water we had on board, and we had some dried nuts and fruits on board too. I had a thermal blanket, so to go to sleep I would lay in the middle of the boat and cover myself with it. It was surprisingly warm. Anyways, I just tried to keep myself warm and make sure I didn't tip the boat for 3 days. They had boats out looking for me within 2 hours of me floating away. Eventually, they sent out helicopters. I was found after 3 days of being lost out on the open water by a helicopter. It was the scariest 3 days of my life. I apologize if this wasn't very long. I'm on mobile and it's hard to type on here. I may add on when I go on a real computer. I think there was a news report on it somewhere. I'll have to look for that. Edit 1. I should mention that the reason my dad was away from the boat is because he went to the truck to get gas, as the boat was out of gas. Hope that clears some things up. I'm going to bed now. I'll try to answer as many questions as possible tomorrow. Keep them coming. Edit 2. I'm awake now. I'm heading to school. I will start answering as many questions possible when I get home in around 7 hours. Keep the questions coming. Op will deliver. Edit 3. It's break for me right now, and I just thought I should mention I was 12 years old. This was in Payne, Canada. This happened around 2.5 years ago. I'm 14 now. I'll be back home in around 4 hours, and I will try to answer your questions. TLDR, ran away at 17 because I wanted an adventure and hitchhiked from Monroe, Louisiana to Juneau, Alaska. If anyone wants to hear the story, let me know. Was gone for 2 months. Came back home when I turned 18. Edit. Story time. Op delivers. So, I had a pretty normal childhood. White suburban family, private school, complete material excess yada yada. I have always loved unconventional travel, as in going to places for the experience and the people, rather than renting a $1,200 condo and being a tourist. My parents and I constantly took vacations, and we would see hitchhikers, and I always admired them. The complete freedom and the shit you get to see. This feeling grew and grew until one day, after we got home from a Denver trip, I said fuck it, and decided to go on a real adventure. I woke up one morning for school, like any other, only I didn't bring my school backpack. I brought my grandpa's Alice pack he handed down to me, loaded with camping gear and exactly $87. I drove up to the school, told my best friend at the time what my plan was, and drove to a truck stop on the northern outskirts of the city. Went into the bathroom, shaved my head, I had very long hair at the time, threw away my phone, destroyed the SIM card, cut up my ID and flushed it. Skip ahead 3 weeks. Lots has happened, far too many small stories to include, and I'm within 25 miles of the Canadian border. I'm not recognizable, and I've been passing off as a 22-year-old destitute, avoiding polite detection. I've made one phone call back to my buddy, who then passed on my good tidings and apologies to my family and friends. I managed to book myself a small private flight through the Canadian border with a farmer, on his way home to his family in exchange for a partner during the flight to negate the boredom. No passport checks, no nothing. He drives me from the airfield to the nearest town. I'm in Alberta at this point, and I thumb up to a shithole city about 100 miles from Alaska. I met up with some Canadian gutter punks, and they take me tagging. I was a graffiti writer at the time. And I hop my only freight train right to the Alaskan border. I get yet another small flight to Juneau, and stayed in Juneau for 2 weeks. I turn 18. I call my parents, and they book me a flight back home. And then my life carried on as if nothing ever happened. So, when I went on vacation to Portugal, my family got small villa. There was a 24-hour restaurant that served breakfast, lunch, and dinner, along with snacks throughout the day. This is where it gets interesting. During dinner one night my 8-year-old mind decided it was a good idea to go exploring throughout the area. After about an hour of exploring I got sort of lost, but I knew the general area where I was. Another hour passed, and that is when my parents probably realized that something was off, and decided to tell one of the waiters. Within 10 minutes the entire resort staff was looking for me. By now I'm getting bored, so I decide to start heading back, but that's when the police arrived. I was for some reason terrified of the police, even though I grew up in a safe neighborhood without much crime. So back to the police showing up, I make a break for it to the one place I thought was safe, the villa we stayed in. I hid in the closet and didn't move for what had to have been another hour. By now it is around midnight and my parents returned to the room. My mom was sobbing, and my dad was trying to comfort her. I hop out of the closet, and that was my 5 or 6 hours I spent missing in Portugal. TLDR, my stupidity caused me to be missing for an evening, while in Portugal on vacation. Obligatory, not me, but my cousin's cousin, who I went to high school with, was a missing person. Her mom started a Facebook group titled, "Help Us Find Cassie." For whatever reason, it went viral. Nearly 250,000 people joined the group / liked the page / whatever. About 3/4 of the responses were along the lines of, "We've got eyes out for her in whatever state / province they were in. Prayers and well wishes to you." But the rest of the responses were like, "This is a faking hoax. Shame on you for freaking people out. You must really like attention, you beach. You're a cunt. Give it up. No one pay this woman any attention." It got to the point that people were searching if the page was a hoax or not. Snopes ended up posting an entry on it, confirming that Cassie was actually missing. Her mom wasn't asking for money, just for people to keep an eye out for Cassie and her boyfriend. My brother is the same age as Cassie, and was good friends with her. She and her boyfriend ran away because they needed to get away for a little while, according to my brother. They were gone for close to a week before they were found at a hotel. Cops with guns literally busted the door open, aimed at them. If my family gossip is to be trusted, Angela, Cassie's mom, didn't like Chris, the boyfriend. However, because of this dislike, they were afraid Chris had kidnapped Cassie. They basically spent a few days in a hotel watching TV. Pretty boring story from Cassie's side, much more interesting for me as a sort of family member. Edit. Yes, I'm aware they were having sex. But my point is that they didn't have some crazy adventure. They literally went to a hotel in bumfuck nowhere, had sex, and watched TV for 3 days. A few days before my 18th birthday I was doing a college course in media, and to learn a few extra things I decided to enroll in a night class about Photoshop. I'm certain, and this is open to debate in my family, that I told them I would be attending this course, and wouldn't be home at the usual time of 5 p.m. To compound matters, my phone died halfway through the day. By the end of the day at 9 p.m. I'm walking down the stairs towards the exit of the college, when I see 2 police officers walk in, and start pointing at me. My first thought is shit. What have I done? When they call my name, I know it's me they want. I go over to them, when they tell me that I'm a missing person and that there is a massive police search for me. It turns out that, because I'm deaf/hard of hearing, I'm considered a vulnerable person, which made the search more immediate. My parents arrive shortly after the police contact them to tell them I'm safe and sound. There's big hugs and the usual questions, and when my parents got me home, my nan had just got off the phone to what I assume was a liaison officer who wanted my parents to do a TV appeal. I'm still adamant that I told them, although we don't talk about it too much as it put them through a lot of stress. I was never reported missing, but apparently was damn close. One day after school, I was 16 I think, I decided to go round to a girlfriend's house for a bit, and didn't come home until maybe 6 p.m. My parents had been on holiday for a week, and my grandma was keeping an eye on me. She lived down the road, and was sleeping at our house at night. I arrived back home, and she went apeshit at me. Apparently as I hadn't arrived home by 4, she'd started to worry, and had rang my school, my ex. Not only had she rang my ex, she'd also gone through the phone book, and rang anyone with the same surname as her to get the correct number, and she had also somehow managed to ring my head of year at home. No idea how she got that number. She was also about 10 minutes away from ringing the police as I'd been missing for over 3 hours. So due to this, I had to speak to my ex. Was not happy to do that, to apologize and assure her I was alive, and also go through a long chat with my head of year regarding if I was suicidal, feeling low, needed help or anything else. Apparently the answer of I was trying to get my end away wasn't accepted. What annoyed me the most was I had a mobile phone, but instead of calling me on it, I was given a 3-month-long headache of having to deal with the fallout. Ugh. My mom brings this one up all the time when she feels like making me feel bad. It hardly snows where I live, so when it does, it's kind of a big deal. I was 12 and so excited that we got about a foot of snow the past night. School was cancelled. I remember playing in it all morning, then thinking how I must try out my bright blue sled later with a friend on the hill nearby. We lived in a very quiet country neighborhood with little traffic. After calling my friend, I grabbed my trusty plastic sled to trudge out into the winter wonderland. It takes about 10 minutes to get to her house and we eagerly head to the hill. It's so awesome and we have fun for hours. After I was completely soaked through my garments and cheeks frozen, I decided to make my way home. In such a state of ecstasy from the fun I had, I hurry onward. I start walking up our drive and the snow is trashed. There are tire marks everywhere and all the ice is broken in the pool. What the heck happened while I was gone? I sure hoped everyone was okay. Well, turns out I didn't tell anyone where I was going. My parents and older brother had no idea where I had gone. They called the police and the fire department. They broke the ice in the pool thinking I had gone through the ice and died, and according to my mother they also had sent dogs trying to find me. They were pretty mad. First of all, my ex-boyfriend was a lying, abusive, conniving son of a bitch. That said, he convinced me that my father was going to kill him. Probably not true, but definitely kick him out of their house. He convinced me that the only logical thing to do was to pawn my musical instruments and hop on a Greyhound to Cleveland, of all places. He made me turn off my cell phone, lest we be tracked, and we left during the middle of the day. one overpass bus ride to Cleveland, and a night in a cheap as efficiency hotel room, and he thought we should go back. So back to court we went. He called his mom when we got close, and she met us at the bus station and brought me to my parents in a grocery store parking lot. There were cops there, as he had told her that my dad had threatened to shoot him. The cops didn't buy it, thankfully, and separated us and asked me for the whole story. I showed them the bruises and finally told them and my parents the hell I'd gone through in the past few months. I still wouldn't have him arrested for anything, kidnapping or otherwise. I swear he had me under control even then. The cops, my parents, and his, agreed not to file charges, as long as we agreed to never contact another again. My grandfather came to live with us shortly after, partially for psych help, partially for a babysitter. My mom reported me missing twice, but both times were stupid. I informed her that I would be going surfing on my birthday instead of going to school. When the school called her, she called the cops. I surfed all day long and got home about 20 minutes after the cops left, apparently. Then the same exact thing happened again the next year. That second episode landed me on a runaway list. That meant if I went missing and nobody had actually seen me get taken, the cops wouldn't file a missing person report for 72 hours. I told my mom she was an idiot and thanks for the 3 days of rap and torture. She agreed. Later when she wasn't royally pissed anymore. But my family does have an awesome story involving my grandmother, my then 8-year-old uncle, and a rabid feminist. My uncle decided one day that he had had enough, packed up his comic books, and told my grandma goodbye forever as he walked out the door. He had done that sort of thing before, but was always home before dinner, so she just told him goodbye and let him go. Dinner came and went with no sign of my uncle. My grandmother began to worry. By the time it got dark she was in full panic mode. Cops were called, neighborhoods were canvassed, phone trees were activated. Nothing. Sometime in the middle of the next morning, one of the moms of a classmate, the rabid feminist, pulls up with my uncle in the car. All she tells my grandma is that they decided to go ahead and let him do a sleepover with their son before bringing him home. My grandmother is pissed, but lets it slide. She thought maybe it was late and he was tired when they found him, so they kept him so as not to disturb anyone or something. It wasn't until the cops questioned my uncle that the truth came out. He had gone directly to play with his friend and was never anywhere else. The rabid feminist had known where he was the entire time, even when she got her call from the phone tree. Now grandma has gone next level ballistic. The cops wrote it off as a misunderstanding, and since my grandfather was active in the town's politics he convinced my grandmother to let it go. 6 months later, my grandmother is shopping in the local supermarket when she comes upon a display that says, "Support a boy. Nominate a deserving young man to win a $500 scholarship to the trade school of his choice." That night my grandmother left an anonymous note in the feminist's mailbox regarding the display. The next morning the feminist went down to the supermarket, leafleted every car in the lot, caused a major scene with the management, left, came back, and took a sledgehammer to the display. She was arrested and spent 6 months in jail and paid an insane amount of fines for contempt of court, since she decided to use her hearing as an opportunity to gain publicity for the movement. TLDR, don't fuck with my grandma. She is smarter and more devious than you, and you will not win. I'll go ahead and tell my story because not a lot of people get to. I was 3 years old when I ventured out of the apartment complex my parents were staying in. My intent was to find my mother, who was actually in the bathroom cleaning my sister's bloody nose, which was my fault. But my brain didn't get the concept that different doors led to different places, so I booked out the first door I saw and could open apparently. This led me outside, and I continued to parking lot, thinking that if mom was out here, she would be in her van. I remember seeing someone stopped in the parking lot and another person outside of a car talking to someone in the passenger seat. Not mom. So the search continues. Here I am, little ol' me, getting lost in between cars looking for the right van, so I can find my mother. I'm probably only out there for a couple minutes, but soon I see a person walking towards me, obviously concerned as to why a little girl is outside by herself. He asks me what I'm doing. I tell him I'm looking for my mom. in which he responds, "I know where she's at. Let me take you to her." I'm faking stoked. So he takes me to his car, puts me in the passenger seat, and off we go. No, I didn't think he was weird. And no, I had no idea I was in any kind of danger. Even when, and this gets kind of graphic, he was shoving his tongue in my mouth while driving, I did not think I was in harm because he was taking me to my mom. So even when he crashed into a ditch for failing to pay attention to the road, I was then excited that I got to ride in a cop car. And then my night was made because mom. Finally. I actually got to hear my mother's side of the story a couple years ago, and it's absolutely tear-worthy. Come to find out I was gone for 5 minutes, and mom doesn't see me in the front room. Asks dad where the fuck I am, and he says dunno, he's a great dad, don't worry. So she automatically goes into freak out mode and looks for me outside, asking neighbors if they saw me, and of course calling the police. Couple of hours go by, I'm still missing. My mom gets a phone call from an officer who was at the scene of the accident. Tells her I match the description she gave them. Apparently someone saw him crash and called the popos. I'm a little late, but here it goes. I was 16 years old, and I had fallen in love with a girl I met online. She was completely insane and manipulative, and I was young and stupid. Well, one Super Bowl Sunday night, she decided to threaten her life if I didn't drive the 400 miles to see her. I had gotten my license roughly a month before this occurrence, so I decided I was a master of the road. My family walked over to a neighbor's house for a Super Bowl party and I started packing my bags. I was setting out to start a life with my Juliet. She lived in Mount Juliet, TN. The irony. I caught up with my family at the party so they wouldn't get suspicious, and I slipped away from the party and into the basement of the house. I quietly opened a window and sprinted home. My dad's car was blocking the car I needed, so I had to run into the house and search for his keys to move it out of the way, then raced back into the house to grab everything I wanted to start my new life with. I had previously written a letter to my parents about how much I loved them and wished they wouldn't come looking for me, and I set it on my bed. I proceeded to take 2 trips of luggage downstairs to the car. The first trip was just the clothes and necessities. The second was my 2 guitars and an amp. It was about a 5-hour drive that started at 9 PM and ended around 2 AM. I had stolen my parents' car and my brother's iPad for navigation. I had made one mistake. My parents had called the police, who had searched through the internet history to find directions to the girl's house. They had also found her phone number on a social network she had, and my best friend who I was conversing with at the party just hours before was helping the police track me down. He called the girl I was going to see and beached her out. Called her crazy and psychotic, all true, and begged her to tell me not to come. She responded by pretending to know nothing about me or the situation at hand. She called me up while I was driving to her house and told me everything my friend had said. The car was a red 1998 Pontiac minivan. I pulled into her neighborhood and immediately shut off the location services on the iPad. I pulled into a cul-de-sac. I wasn't sure which house was hers, so I stepped out of the car and started calling her phone. Then I heard a window open up and a girl whispered my name from across the street-lit pavement. She was leaning out the bedroom window of her 1-story home. This was the first time I heard her voice without it coming through a phone. This was the first time I saw her face that wasn't frozen in a picture or jittering across FaceTime. I walked over to her and stared up at her. Both of us were stupidly smiling at each other, trying to find out how to get my inside her room. We were both so happy we couldn't think straight. Her first idea was to throw out her school backpack and have me stand on it. It didn't help at all. I tossed her backpack back up to her and she caught it. I decided to jump up and grab the window, pulling myself through, and it worked. I was in her room. She was much shorter than I was, but this is what I have been waiting for. She was perfect. Nope, she was completely insane and suicidal. This is when I started to break down. We started hugging and didn't let go for about 10 minutes. Through my tears I notices that she was also crying. I was so conflicted with the emotions of leaving my previous life behind and starting a new one with some so not perfect After we pulled away from each other, I remember some sort of conversation, but I don't remember what it was about. The next thing I remember, we were both in her bed. We were both 16. Somewhere along the night, when my lips passed over her shoulder, I noticed irregular cuts along her shoulder. Then I read what the cuts spelled. It spelled my name. And for the sake of this post, I will skip ahead until morning. I woke up to the noise of her mother walking around the house. I could see her shadow move across the light coming through the bottom of the bedroom door. I was scarred to death. Since I haven't named her yet, I'll just call her Juliet. Juliet's told me not to worry. Her mom never comes into her room and she always leaves the house early to take Juliet's brother to school. After another hour of talking about my new life in Juliet's bed, it was time for Juliet to go to school. It became apparent that neither of us had thought this through. She fetched me a glass of water, and I took the time of her absence to search for my clothes. Then I was alone in somebody else's house. I was texting Juliet from her room. She told me where the food was if I was hungry, and told me where the towels were if I were to take a shower. I remember taking a shower and feeling disgusted with myself by being in a home without the owner knowing. I walked into the kitchen and opened the pantry. I saw a Pop-Tart box and grabbed one. It was Oreo. I hated those, but I took it. After one bite I texted Juliet and asked where the trash can was. The garage. I opened the garage door to see her dog lying on the floor. It was a black lab and obviously in pain. I hated the sight of seeing the animal in pain and immediately asked Juliet what was wrong with it. She said her mother accidentally ran over it and it has grown sick over the course of its recovery. I quickly went back to Juliet's room and never intended to leave it again. I fell back asleep and was awakened by a knock on the front door to the house. It was a police officer. The address was found on my internet history sheet. I panicked and texted Juliet asking her what I should do. She said to do nothing. I sat hiding behind the curtain of Juliet's bedroom window and waited for the police officer to leave. When he finally did, Juliet told me to gather my things from my car and hide them in the backyard, under the porch. After hiding my things, I got in my car and drove it to a nearby BP gas station and left it there until I could figure out what to do with it. I took my hat out of the passenger seat and started walking back. The walk back was long. Down a hill, up a hill, 3 more blocks, and I was back in Juliet's room. Only I had another problem. One of Juliet's neighbors had seen me enter the house. I didn't bring my phone into my new life, and I had been texting Juliet using her iPod Touch. It had a new message. When I got back, my friend is walking to the house now, don't worry, she knows everything. Just follow her back to her house, you will be safe there. So now I'm walking with one of Juliet's friends whose real name I don't remember. We got back to her house and she went inside to talk to her mother. Then they both returned and started asking me questions. Where are you from? How do you know Juliet? Have you called your parents? I answered their questions politely, and they told me to follow them to the backyard. Once there, they told me to call my parents. I didn't have to return home, but let them know that I was safe and doing okay. It was a diversion though. While I was sidetracked by the conversation with my mom, Juliet had texted her friend to get rid of me. Her friend called 911 and the police arrived in front of the house while I was on the phone with my mom in the backyard. The porch door opened and I was handcuffed. I remember walking back through this family's house. It was disgusting. Absolutely nothing was clean and there was trash laying everywhere. By this time, Juliet's school bus was pulling up right when I was being placed into the backseat of the cop car. I was crying like I had never faking cried before. I had never been handcuffed before, or arrested, or even seen the inside of a police car. Juliet walked up to the police officer and another car had shown up. Out stepped Juliet's mother and her divorced ex. Juliet's parents were yelling at her when I heard Juliet's voice, muffled through the thick windows. I know. I was trying to get rid of him. My heart broke. I was driven to a police station and placed in a foster home. There were 2 other boys there that were my age. The names escape me. I sat down on the couch, looked around, and said, so what are you guys here for? One guy was there for drug addiction. His parents abandoned him, and his drug problems. The other boy I will never forget. He was 17 years old and was convicted for molesting an 8-year-old. He was hesitant to tell me why he was there, and the other boy insisted he did by saying you'll never see him again. Why not? But he sure did leave his impression. Mr. Molester was my bunkmate. I was on top. I asked the foster parents for Wi-Fi to contact Juliet, but they weren't sure what Wi-Fi was. My parents came to reclaim me the next day, as I was actually considered property of Tennessee. Until they did so, I appeared in court with more broken laws than I knew existed, but all were waived if I agreed to return home. My mom, dad, and uncle had driven up to come get me. My dad and I waited at a Taco Bell to meet Juliet's father. He was returning the stuff I had hidden in his wife's house. I told him about his daughter's suicidal tendencies and told him to please watch over her carefully. The ride home was quiet and painful with my dad. Once we were back in town, my dad had to pick up his car and once again handed me the keys to drive the current car home. On the way home I was faced with the choice of running again. That first turn to Juliet's house came and went. I got home. It was around 11 p.m. Everyone was asleep and I crawled into bed without a word from anyone. I logged onto the social network where I first met Juliet. There was a new picture of her on her profile. She was wearing my hat, the one I took from my car when I drove it to the BP. Her arm had a faded scar that read Jeff. Back when I was in the 9th grade myself and 2 friends of mine heard about a party that was going to happen and decided to go. We got ready and left without telling our parents. The party was going on across town, and because we were walking the whole way we left early. We got close to our high school which backs onto a massive forest and my one friend claimed she knew a shortcut through the woods that would get us to the party faster. So we decided to go for it, and before we knew it we were lost. We gave up on the idea of going to the party and just tried to find a way out. Going back the way we came just got us even more lost, and we reached a really deep part of the woods where the trees were so dense that hardly any sunlight was getting through, and it was really dark and creepy as hell. The sun was going down, and we were getting freaked out. We had already been wandering for close to 3 hours, and knew our parents were probably having a shit fit. Just as the sun was setting we happened to run into a couple of guys mountain biking through the woods, and they lead us to the way out. We run up to the main road, just as a bus pulls up. We're all soaking wet and covered in mud from unsuccessfully trying to cross a river at one point to get to what we thought was a way out. The bus driver just looks at us all bewildered, and when we ask him if his route went through our neighborhood he told us to just get on and not worry about it. He would take us there. We get home and practically our whole neighborhood is out looking for us, police included. Needless to say we all were grounded for quite some time. Pretty boring, but when I was 15 I slept over at my best friend's house one night that was unplanned. I called my mom to tell her, and she didn't pick up, so I left her a voicemail saying I was at my friend's and was going to stay the night. We hang out, watch a movie, whatever. The next day I wake up, around 10 a.m. to a mutual friend calling me telling me that the cops had just been at her place looking for me because my mom had reported me missing. I call my mom right away and she's screaming her full head off at me, calling me names, telling me how dare I spend the night out without telling her she thought I was dead, etc. In the meantime the cops show up at my friend's house where I was and they wanted to bring me home immediately as a runaway. I explained to them that I had called her and that she hadn't listened to the voicemail or whatever. They took me home, and in all the craziness I forgot about the fact that my phone had no missed calls from mom or dad. I confronted her with this and asked her why she thought I was dead, and she said, because I didn't call her. Yeah, because the first thing I'm going to do is wake up at 7:30 a.m. on Saturday to call my mother and remind her where I am. She then said she hadn't gotten voicemail. Eventually it came out that she knew where I was. She was just pissed at me for not going home because she had wanted to go out drinking with her friends and the built-in babysitter, me, was not available for once, and she was mad that she had to take care of her own children for a night. I have already posted one, but I just remembered another story. When I was 5, I caught my mom kissing her boyfriend, and at that time, I felt betrayed. I love kissing my mom. Mommy's kisses make all the pain in the world go away. Who does this faker think he is? Anyways, after feeling like I was cheated on, I packed my suitcase, which I remember contained a stuffed bear and a blanket. I left the house. It was about 10 during the winter time, so it was fairly dark outside. My mom's boyfriend then followed me out and kneeled down before me to talk about my plans for survival. After a couple of minutes, a woman drove by and stopped in front of us, asking if we were okay. I'm a small Vietnamese girl, and he is a pretty large white dude, so the sight was kind of sketchy. He calmly told her that everything is okay, and she slowly drove away. After being convinced that my idea is dumb and understanding that mommy's kisses aren't just for me, we went back into the house. About an hour or so later, a cop knocked on our door to check and see if a little Asian girl was kidnapped, and lo and behold, there was a little Asian girl in the house with this white man. Shit went down. After my mom came down and explained the situation, everything was laughed over, and I got her a small talk with the police. I didn't realize how awesome it was at the time, but I get all sappy and emotional when I think of that woman who called the cops right away and didn't give any indication that she was going to do so. If I was actually kidnapped, she might have saved my ass. I had been snowboarding all day and my dad came to pick me up since the park had closed. I was 14 at the time. On the way home he got mad at me over something. Honestly don't even remember what it was. I made some smartass comment and he kicked me out of the car and told me to walk home. I was already tired as shit from snowboarding all day and it was about a 10-mile walk to get home. So I decided I would just sleep in this wooded area that I had found near the snowboarding park. I still had all my snowboarding gear on, so I wasn't really that cold. I found a little ditch in the woods and went to sleep. I woke up the next day at around 6 AM and figured I would try calling my mom to see if she would give me a ride home. I told her where I was and she said she would pick me up at a nearby gas station. 15 minutes later she shows up with 2 cop cars following her. Apparently my mom had gotten worried and called the cops, so while I had been sleeping in the woods all night the cops had been searching me. They gave me some long speech about the dangers of running away from home and then let me go. I tried to point out that I didn't exactly run away, but they kind of just ignored that. Looking back it makes me wonder how much my parents spun the story when they told it to the cops, seeing as the cops seemed to believe I was the only one at fault. This will probably get buried, but I ran away from school in the 1st grade, still remember it like it was yesterday. Didn't do my Dr. Seuss Day paper Cat in the Hat homework and panicked, thought, shit, just grab my key, asked to go to the bathroom, walk home, profit. My plan was going great, walked home, chilled with some David the Gnome on the couch. Until I hear the doorbell and see my principal in the door window. Still remember driving back to school in his giant grey car. Apparently, during my absence, the rest of the school heard the following announcements. MR_Phoenix_car. Please return to your class. MR_Phoenix_car. Return to your class now. MR_Phoenix_car. MR_Phoenix_car. The best part, my mom was so pissed the school didn't call the cops. She didn't murder me. The worst part, I had to have a bathroom chaperone the rest of the year. TLDR. Fax use. Yeah David. Always pee with a friend. Not my story, but my grandpa's. He was a university science prof and was supervising a bunch of summer master's students in the northern part of the country, wilderness, on some sort of research project. They would stay at a cabin, and then a helicopter would pick them all up, students and profs, and drop them off at different places along the river to do their research, and then pick them up at pre-arranged meeting places at the end of the day. At the end of one day the helicopter was picking up the students, and crashed while heading back to base. Everyone aboard the helicopter died on impact, and the wreckage went up in flames. Phone calls went out, and the police were sent to inform my grandma and her 3 daughters that my grandpa had died. For some strange reason my grandpa had been missed at his pickup spot and was not aboard that helicopter. They probably would have gone back for him later that evening had they not crashed. Because this was many decades before cell phones became common, nobody other than those aboard the helicopter were aware that he was still out in the wilderness, waiting to be picked up. He waited at the prearranged spot for quite a few hours, until it became quite obvious that nobody was coming for him. He had no idea why though. At this point he started walking in the direction that he knew a logging road to be. He was quite the outdoorsy man, and was able to make his way to the road and walk along it until he eventually found someone who could give him a ride back. He arrived back at around the same point that they realized his body was not among the wreckage, but word had been sent to my grandma, who was at the time staying at their family cabin, so no phones, and was quite some ways from civilization, that he was gone. It took the police about 8 hours to find out their mistake and inform my grandma that he was in fact alive and well. This didn't happen to me, but happened to one of my good friends. One day he has a friend come into town for the weekend to visit him. His friend suggests they should try acid for the first time. They find a place they want to trip, which in this case is the old City Park golf course in New Orleans. They take the acid and start walking around, and my guess is my friend had a bad trip and decided he wanted to split up from the group. The rest of the group doesn't think anything of it and lets him go. He walks off into the darkness and goes missing. One of the guys goes to my best friend, brother of the friend that went missing, and gives him all the details. At this point my best friend knows it's serious, and we start a little search party looking everywhere we could. Spent all weekend looking for him and couldn't find him or have a single lead on where he may have disappeared to. They have a walkthrough with one of the guys he was with. They clear him and leave the investigation open. He stays missing for at least 2 weeks. One Friday, a jogger found his body in a canal. There was no foul play involved or anything. He had just fallen and couldn't swim. Single-handedly the lowest point in my life. Moral of the story: if you're going to do acid, please trip responsibly. Not exactly missing persons, but could have ended up worse if my parents hadn't gone to check on me. Tired of my father's tyrannical rule and his irrational order for no ice cream after dinner, I decided I had had enough. The time to act was now, and something had to be done. I told him I was running away. He said something like, "Don't do that, it's not safe," but he didn't take me seriously, so that was it. This was my chance. I recalled all the cartoons I had ever seen that covered what to do in this situation. It seemed the standard course of action was when someone ran away, they tied all their belongings up into a red handkerchief or long stick and carried it over their shoulder while they walked. I was well prepared in the handkerchief department. My mom had a few, and she let me play with them, so I knew where they were. I entered my parents' bedroom, acting casual, and opened the drawer where the handkerchiefs were kept. My mom, with her back to me, was folding laundry on the bed. "What are you doing?" she asked without turning around. "Getting the big red handkerchief to play with," I lied. Playtime was over. I was dead serious. "That one is in the dirty laundry. Can I go get it?" "No. Just get a different one." "Shoot." The one I wanted, the perfect one to execute my plan, was too heavily guarded. The hamper was in the closet behind us. I would have to make do with the smaller red one. No other color would do, even though the smaller red one was the smallest one. Oh well. A few less possessions wouldn't matter. I grabbed my second choice and, casually, turned to leave. "Wait," said my mother. "Oh no." Thwarted. I turned to face her, ready to be halted in my quest. "Close the drawer if you're finished." I silently relaxed. Crisis averted. I closed the drawer and slipped away before she asked any more questions. I proceeded to my room to gather belongings, but ran into a slight problem while attempting to pack. I couldn't fit the copious amounts of stuffed animals, my prized possessions, into a handkerchief, let alone the small red one. I selected my current favorite and decided to come back for the others once I had found my new home. I grabbed a pair of underwear and sneaked into the kitchen for a package of crackers. It was a tight fit, but I managed to tie it all together. Now for the stick. The stick. I had forgotten all about the stick. There weren't any large trees by the house, so there were no sticks to collect in the immediate vicinity. Crushed, I decided I would carry the handkerchief sack until I found a suitable stick to tie it to along the way. I was ready, and it was now or never, because bedtime was approaching, and if I didn't leave soon I was going to get caught and be put to bed. I calmly and casually walked down the hall to the door, being careful not to make a sound as it opened. It was around 8 p.m. in early fall, so the light of the day was mostly gone, but it was not completely dark yet. I gingerly shut the door behind me and was off. I made it down the street to the corner before my dad caught up with me and led me back to the house. He seemed worried but slightly amused, which did not ease my annoyance at being caught. I only remember this very vaguely, but my parents have told me about it in detail. On my first family holiday to France, when I was 7, we were staying in a little rural village, and one day I went missing. Naturally my parents were panicked. After a fruitless search they alerted the local police, and they got the whole village out searching for me. After a full day's searching in the evening they found me at the bottom of a disused well, which I must have fallen into. It was dark and dank and there was no way I could have got out by myself. Here's the weird thing. Apparently, despite my minor injuries and being trapped all day, I was very cheerfully playing with the rocks and debris I'd found in the well. My parents tell this story when they want to convey to anyone what a strange child I was. She wasn't scared at all. She was 7, in a foreign country for the first time, trapped in a deep dark well, and she was absolutely fine. That's not normal. I concede it is not normal, still I'm quite proud that my lack of common sense was so thorough that I thought it was an adventure rather than anything frightening. I suppose I can post this here. Although, my story never made it to the news. No one even knew I was gone. Let me explain. When I was about 4 or 5 years old, an old couple walked by my house and asked me if I wanted to go to church with them. This wasn't abnormal to me at all, because my house was located in between 3 churches, and every Sunday morning you would see many elderly couples walking to any of the several churches. At this age, I also found it difficult to differentiate between other old people and my grandparents. So as the happy giddy child I was, I said yes. As it turns out, I was being taken to a Baptist church to be baptized. Of course, I had no idea what the hell was going on. So when I was brought to the important guy with the funny cloak, picked up and dunked in this giant ceramic sink filled with water, I freaked right the fuck out. I screamed, flailed my arms around, and made every attempt to get free. The preacher, or minister, whatever the main Baptist dude is called, gave me a look of disgust. The crowd or audience was baffled and awed. Little old women were covering their mouths. The next thing I remember is the priest dude standing there talking with the old people that took me. Then they took me home thereafter. I didn't remember this until I was about 23 years old. I asked my mother about it, and she had no idea I was even taken. That is when I realized I was freaking abducted by old people to be baptized. To be honest, it isn't even a traumatic memory for me. They didn't do anything to hurt me. They just wanted to get me baptized. So weird. My mother purposely tried to lose me in a grocery store when I was 7. I was with my mom, my older sister and my disabled sister. When I was a child my mother would go to the store when she was bored because it was the only place she could take us. She's tried taking us into a casino, then tried leaving us in the car, but got in trouble with the law. I remember looking at the cereal boxes and reading the back of them when my mom just disappeared. I freaked out and screamed for my mom until a cashier saw my mother leaving the store and ran to my mom with me in her arms. When I hugged my mom I remember my mom giving me the nastiest look and saying, "You should have just faking stayed. I don't need you." It faking hurt knowing my mom wanted to lose me on purpose. My mother's shitty attitude and bad parenting has cost her though. I faking dislike my mother and don't want any communication with her, yet she continuously questions why all her children refuse to talk to her. We just don't need her in our life. For crying out loud, my mother is so far off my brother's life she doesn't even know he's married. One time on a youth hunting trip, I was 11 years old. I kept falling asleep while scouting for elk, so my grandpa dropped me off at 9 AM to take a nap while he continued scouting. He left me where we were supposed to meet my dad and brother the next morning. Lunchtime rolls around and there is no sign of my grandpa. Dinner comes and goes, and yet there is still no sign of my grandpa. Around 9 PM, it starts drizzling, so I put my jacket hood up and tighten it to try to conceal my face. Keep in mind that I had no tent, no food, no anything. Just my rifle, my jacket, and the clothes on my back. At first, I thought my grandpa was just testing me to see if I could make it through the day alone. The rain eventually progressed into ping-pong-sized hail balls, so I huddled next to a tree while trying to avoid being pelted by the hail. It finally stops around 11:30 p.m. I remember that I have a box of matches and a granola bar in one of my pockets, so I start a fire and eat half of my granola bar. I finally make a bed surrounded by heated rocks from the fire and use my jacket as my blanket. It was one of the worst nights of sleep in my life. Morning finally rolls around, and I don't know what to do. Keep waiting for my family to show up, or start hoofing it to a road and try to find someone who can help me out, like a park ranger. I choose the first option for the fort couple hours. I eat the other half of my granola bar for breakfast, and then decide around 10:30 a.m. to make my getaway. I find a main road after about an hour of hiking and start walking down it with my rifle. 30 minutes of walking goes by and I hear a car around the bend in front of me. I start going over the script in my head of what had transpired when I notice that the Suburban looks vaguely familiar. It was my dad, my grandpa, and my brother. Out of everyone out there hunting, I just happened to come across them first. It turns out, when my grandpa and I were headed to the campsite, we missed a turn and ended up in a completely different area, hence why my grandpa couldn't find the right spot. TLDR, my grandpa lost me in the middle of the woods, and I spent the night huddled under my jacket surrounded by rocks, while making it through rain and hail. Hike out the next morning, and found my dad. Edit. Looking back, this was one of the first big signs of my grandpa's onset of dementia. I was 8 years old and my parents, sister, brother, grandmother, and I went to the Dominican Republic. My sister was 16 at the time and used to ride competitively. When we had arrived, we went around to different booze picking excursions. The two of us signed up for a 3-hour horseback riding / beach barbecue trip. The day of, we go meet the woman we had signed up with. It's just she and us. She says we are meeting the rest of the group at the beach. She then proceeds to take us through the shadiest side streets, complete with huge dogs scaring the fuck out of our horses. She took us through the slums to get to the beach, and I may have only been 8, but I remember thinking that these views didn't seem very vacation-y. We show up to the barbecue and it's about 6 local grown men just getting hammered. One of them was the woman's boyfriend. We don't really think anything terrible is going on. We just think we signed up for a really shitty excursion. There wasn't really any food and they keep trying to get my sister to drink with them. Finally they start getting aggressive and demand that she dance with them. The woman starts talk them down. It starts to get dark and the trip was only supposed to be 3 hours. Now this was about 15 years ago and you really weren't supposed to be outside the safety of the hotel past dark. Things got really rough at night. This had been beaten into our heads all week, so we are really starting to get anxious. It's easily been 5 hours and we were most definitely supposed to be back at the hotel by now. I don't remember much of actually being at the barbecue, but I do know when things start to get really clear for me. My sister gets all worked up as these guys are trying to dance on her, and she's yelling to the woman, "We really need to go home now." And one of the guys looks at us and says, "You're never going home again." And that's when we nope the fuck out. My 8-year-old self is lucky that my sister has balls of steel cause she saved ours that day. We said we had to go to the bathroom. They told us to go behind a shed and sent a dude to stand guard around the corner while we did so. My sister untied one of the horses from the shed, put me on, and we were off. She knew we'd never be able to get back the way we came, but our hotel was on the beach, so we just headed the way of our hotel in hopes we'd find it. We'd probably been gone for about 6 hours by now, and it's well into the night. We got about 3/4 of the way there with no issues, but we eventually ran into men patrolling the beach with machine guns, a common practice at the time, just one of the reasons you're not supposed to be out. They stop us, and it went like this: "You Americans aren't supposed to be on the beaches at night. We know, we are just trying to get back. I don't have to let you go. Please, we are just trying to get home. What can you give? We don't have anything. I want that horse. Take it, it's not ours. We dismount, give the horse over, and walk the rest of the way to our hotel. While all this is going on, my mother had gone to the front desk to see when we would be back, because it had been longer than 3 hours. "Hi, just checking when the horseback riding excursion will be back." "Ma'am, we don't have a horseback riding excursion." Needless to say, my mother freaked the fuck out. By the time we walked into the lobby several hours later, my mother had contacted the US Embassy. She was talking to local authorities, and my grandmother was praying the rosary. My brother was convinced we would be fine, and was getting drunk in the hotel club. Turns out, this woman and her boyfriend were scam artists who had escalated to some more serious offenses. I know they were arrested, but being 8 I don't really know what their exact story was, and my mother really doesn't like to talk about it. TLDR, got scammed into a shady excursion in the Dominican Republic, was told we were never going home, stole a horse to escape, bartered a horse with a man carrying a machine gun, made it back to the hotel after the US Embassy was informed of its missing citizens. People got arrested. This is going to go unnoticed, but, oh well, I want to tell it anyway. My family had just moved, and honestly, it wasn't a good area. The neighborhood is bad, and is barely lit at night. I wanted to finish up high school in my original hometown, as well as continue working my part-time job, so I was willing to commute an hour with the bus system to get there. Of course, on the first day of me riding back home I got lost. It was evening by the time I had departed for home, and it was incredibly difficult to see where my stop was. I had forgotten the street name and the stop number, and I had been solely relying on my side memory to guide me. Well, the bus I was on did its rounds once, twice, thrice, and then finally, pulled over on a dark road, smack dab in the middle of a forest. I had no idea where I was, but the bus driver told me I had to get off, since the bus was no longer running, and it was time for him to go home. I hadn't a choice, and wandered in the general direction of where I thought home was. I don't remember how long I walked. All I remember was feeling scared and overly attentive to my surroundings. Every shadow felt like danger, and I jumped at the slightest suspicious sound. And that's when I saw a police car. I don't think I had felt more happy in my life to see those red and blue lights signaling me down. "Good evening, would you happen to be Chinkerhill?" I was surprised he knew my name, and that's when it dawned on me. My mom had reported me missing. I don't think I could have been happier to be found. She had driven around the whole neighborhood, frantically looking for me, and fearing the worst. When she had found no trace of my whereabouts, she called the police to report me missing. Turns out I had been walking and searching for home till 2 AM. Now I always triple check my travel plans before I travel around anywhere new. Least I have the same thing happen to me twice. I had just moved from a small village in India to the US when I was 5 and didn't know a word of English except for Santa Claus, and I guess that doesn't even count since it's a name. I only knew Santa because it was Christmas time and his face was everywhere. Anyways, I was at the mall with my mom and aunt, and little me had never been inside of a mall before. I remembered being fascinated with everything in sight. One thing that caught my eye was a suitcase with wheels. No idea why, but I had never seen anything like it, and I just had to get a closer look. And so I ran away from my mom and aunt and went to the rolling suitcases. I was in awe. So much so that I just had to show it to my mom, but I couldn't find her in the store. So I went out to look for her. I have no idea how a little 5-year-old girl managed to just take a suitcase out of the store, but I have vivid memories of walking around the mall with my little rolling suitcase waving hi to people. Probably did this for an hour or so, until it was apparent that my mother was nowhere in sight and the panic set in. I started crying while walking aimlessly with my little suitcase. People noticed, notified security, and they started asking my questions. I have no idea what they said, since I didn't speak English at the time, but all I kept blurting out was Santa Claus, since that was the only English I knew back then. They brought me a little statue of Santa Claus in hopes of comforting me. Anyways, I eventually found my aunt through looking at the videos of the security cameras. I was never reported missing. My mom thought I had gone with my aunt and my aunt thought I had gone with my mom. To preface, I'm mixed. My father is black, and my mother and sister are white. My parents got married when I was 3 years old and my sister was 5. My father raised my sister as if she were his own daughter. He was in the military and had to go to South Korea without us for a year. My mom started cheating on him at this time. When he returned to Texas, where we were living, he got assigned to a position in California. My sister, who was never formally adopted by my father by her own wishes at the time, and I went to live with my dad in California, while my mother stayed in Texas. When we went to visit my mom during the summer, when I was 9, she kept us and sent us to our grandmothers, who lived in Las Vegas. I was really young at the time, so I didn't know that my dad didn't know where we were. He would call my grandmother and ask her if she had seen us, and she'd lie and say she hadn't. When we were in the next room over, my grandmother told my sister, who is 2.5 years older than me, that she should write our family members letters just to say hello, or to let them know that we weren't dead. Take your pick. Unbeknownst to my grandmother, my sister wrote a letter to my dad with a return address on it. He showed up with the cops the day after he received the letter. He got on the fastest plane available. I remember being fascinated because he told me it was a cargo plane full of soldiers. At this point, we had been in Las Vegas for so long that we were enrolled in school and I was just about to sign up for Girl Scouts. Can you imagine the anguish a parent must feel at not knowing where his or her children are, or if they are even alive? It makes me so sad to look back and see how naive I was to the whole situation. I went back to California with my dad, but my sister had to stay in Las Vegas with my grandma and mom, who had just moved there. Believe it or not, my parents tried to work it out after all of this, and for a while they seemed like they were going to make it. My dad, being the easygoing guy that he is still friends with my mom and is on good terms with my grandma. My grandma's a reformed sort of racist and at one point told my sister they were going to send me back to my dad so that I could be with my own kind. Looking back, it's pretty painful because all my dad ever wanted to be was a father. He worked so hard to make his daughters happy, and he did. He did the best he could with the cards he was dealt and has become pretty successful. My mom really screwed him up in the love department though, and he's had a string of sour relationships and has never remarried. There is so much more to say about the whole thing, but that's my topsy-turvy experience with being a missing person. Can I tell one that's not me, but made me really angry? My parents have a place on a lake. It's a campground, and even though people rotate through the cabins, it's usually the same people every year and the whole campground is pretty much chummy with each other. This is a story about the one family that would come for 2 weeks that only the camp owners seemed to like. I was about 16 or so I was definitely old enough to stay on my own. I also would watch out if there were kids around the beach area because that's just what everyone did. We all watched out for each other. This family had 3 kids, 2 sons about 12 and 14 years old and a daughter who at the time was 3. The older boys understandably were allowed to roam as they pleased, which was annoying as they were sheetheads, but I digress. But for some unexplained reason, they let their daughter wander also. And, also quite inexplicably, since they were always up in other campers as about things, the owners never said a peep to them about it. I don't know if the parents thought that the boys were watching her or what, but she often turned up in various places. As a 3-year-old she didn't understand private property. On this particular day, it's unclear exactly how long the girl was missing for total. All I can remember is lounging around reading, or whatever 16-year-old me was up to until I was suddenly interrupted by pleas for help. Since we all help each other there, I and everyone else around quickly went to see what was wrong. The mother was freaking out because no one had any idea where her daughter was, nor could anyone recall seeing her in recent hours. What ensued was a child hunt for this tiny blonde little girl. My camper was near the entrance, and I had been there for a while, so I was able to help figure out who had come and gone, and it hasn't been many people, so we figured that she had to be around. The 20 or so of us that were there at the time started searching all around, checking the cabins and campers and boats and woods. I don't know why, but the parents didn't want to call the police at that point. We exhausted where we could look with our limited resources, and finally someone suggested what we were all thinking. We needed to check the lake. Our worst fear is that she fell in the water and drowned. At that point, we were all insistent that we needed to call the cops, and they finally agreed. Had I been the age I'm now then, I would have done it first thing. We're all gathered around their cabin, thinking that the girl is drowned somewhere, and the owner is going to make the call, when we hear it, crying, coming from inside the cabin. The cabin we didn't check, because the mother said it was the first place she looked. It turned out that her looking meant glancing into the rooms. The girl had been asleep under the bed. Had the mother actually looked in the places a 3-year-old could be, she would have found her, and there would have been no crisis. Had she kept an eye on her faking child, there would have been no crisis. We were all glad that she was found, but we hated that family more and more. I was surprised when they came back the next year for vacation and the girl was still with them with all of her appendages. I once took a spontaneous drive to California from the East Coast to meet someone I had been talking on the phone with for months. I was bored between semesters in college and wanted to meet her. I left a note that said, "Be back in a few days," and didn't tell anybody that I was leaving, not even my roommate or friends. I packed up a bunch of my stuff and started driving west. Around 9 hours in, my SHTRAZR flip phone from back in the day died, and I had no car charger, so nobody could reach me. I had a buddy that would stop by unannounced all the time to hang out. He showed up with a case of beer and was greeted by my confused roommate and my cryptic note. He looked around my place and saw that some sheet was missing and thought something was up. Not knowing if I had gone home, he called my parents, who had no idea where I went. They panicked and filed a missing persons report. By then I was halfway across the country. I had a credit card that my parents didn't know that I had, which have me lots of points for gas, so I used that card almost exclusively during the trip. For some reason it didn't work at one gas station in Ohio, so I used my debit card there, which my parents knew about. My parents had the cops check my card history and they saw that I used my debit card in Ohio. I have an estranged family member that lives there. They thought I visited him. They called him in a panic and he didn't have any idea where I was either. I was on Adderall in college, and I decided I could make the drive in one trip if I took doses back to back. Point somewhere around Nevada. I was so out of it that it took me like 2 minutes to figure out that my car needed gas, and that's why the gas pedal was no longer working. I ran out of gas a few more times on the trip. Once when I pulled over to water some bushes, the car behind me pulled over and called the cops because I was swerving like Ted Kennedy. I suppose me stumbling out of the car exhausted, dehydrated, and starving didn't help that image. I watered the bushes until state troopers pull up and give me a field sobriety test. When I pass and they find out I'm just sleep deprived, they have me pull my car off the road and sleep it off. They laughed their ass off at me when yet again my car wouldn't start because I was out of gas. Luckily I had a can of gas in the trunk from the last couple of times. I didn't really sleep because I was wired out of my mind and was worried about something happening to my car, so I spent a few hours looking at the stars, then went back on my way. I stopped at a rest stop, and my tired mind decided that it was really hot and I was only going to be resting for a few minutes, so I parked the car and left it on accessory with the AC and lights on. I woke up 2 hours later with a dead battery and it was 3 in the morning. Luckily the rest stop had a 24-hour Denny's, and luckier still, 4 state troopers were eating at it. Believe it or not, only one of the 4 had jumper cables. He gave me a jump and I was on my way. Much of the trip is a blur from sleep deprivation. At one point I tried to get on the highway using an off-ramp, nearly getting hit head-on by a semi-truck. I jumped a curb and landed on the on-ramp. Sometime after that, my entire body went numb. If you haven't ever driven that long distance before, if you do it all at once your body cramps up from being in the same position for so long. The lack of pain, combined with the exhaustion and amphetamine psychosis, Adderall is still half in your system when the effect wears off. So chaining doses means each new dose was like 1.5 doses, and when you take too much you start to go crazy. Caused me to hallucinate that I was not in my body anymore. For a few minutes it felt like I was floating above myself, in control but from a distance, like playing a video game, almost. At one point in my hallucination, the yellow lights on the sides of the front end of my car, combined with morning fog, looked like fire and smoke, and I thought my car was on fire. I was only dissuaded from this when I looked at my temp gauge and that looked normal. A few hours later, I get to my destination. It ends up being a trailer in a trailer park. The lot is full of trash, no grass, lots of dead appliances. There is a dead van in the front yard, with an extension cord running from the trailer to the van. Turns out that was where her neighbors lived. The trailer had no windows, just holes in the walls with blankets draped over them. I stumble out of the car and knock on the door. She answers. I've never seen her clearly before this instant. She's disgusting 200 pounds, covered in acne, Millhouse glasses, hasn't showered in days, and her clothes are filthy. I waited until she went inside to gather her things, and then I ran faster than I ever have in my life to my car, and burned rubber getting out of there. TLDR, drove across country without telling anyone to meet a hill troll, and left after less than 10 minutes. I dodged a bullet. It turns out she was a con artist that catfished a bunch of people. I was saved by my vanity. I had no idea I was lost for what it's worth. I was 12-ish, and it was my first flight alone. It was a really short leg, San Jose to Seattle, and I was just meeting my dad to then take a flight to the East Coast. Inaho, the airline, who shall remain nameless, because I don't remember, failed to scan my ticket as I got on the plane, so when my dad called the airline to confirm, they had no record of me being on the plane. He called my mom, who said she was positive I went through security. She didn't have a ticket, so she couldn't go past security. I think this was in 2002. So as far as my family knew, I had been kidnapped by someone between security and the plane, which if memory serves me right was all of like 300 feet. Small airport. As soon as the plane docked, some guys boarded the plane, calling for me. They were in a uniform of sorts, security probably. They escorted me to my dad, and we then took one of those cool little carts that have the flashing light on it, and I got to ride it clear to the other side of the airport, where I caught my connecting flight to Baltimore. I'm pretty sure an internal memo got sent out because of me, and I think we got a free ticket too. Good times. TLDR got onto plane, escorted off said plane by security officers, and rode in one of those golf cart sort of things. My family had just immigrated to the US in 1980 and managed to find an apartment in a bad part of town. I had not yet been born at the time when this happened. My two older sisters, 4 and 2 at the time, were racing each other to the car while my parents were packing up my newborn sister. The oldest, we'll call her Judy, had reached the car first with my other sister trailing behind. All of a sudden, an older man pulls up and grabs Judy into his car and speeds off. My other sister immediately runs to my parents walking down the stairs and tells them Judy's been taken. My mom goes ballistic. She starts sprinting down the street as my dad packs everyone else in the car. He races to my mom, who's already gotten a few blocks down, and tells her to hop in. They furiously drive around looking for the man's car. After scouting the blocks without luck, my parents decide to drive to a gas station to have them call the police. By now, my parents are crazy, both yelling and crying. My parents didn't know a lick of English at the time and had trouble getting through to the gas station attendant. Luckily, a woman nearby was listening to the conversation and was able to translate between Vietnamese and English. They called the police and a massive search party was sent out to look for my sister. About 12 hours later, they locate my sister at another gas station 2 cities away. According to Judy, she didn't remember much about the man other than how he immediately sat on her when he grabbed her into the car, probably to prevent her from fighting back. He later moved her to the passenger seat while driving. My sister is naturally talkative, so she started chatting up the man, while not entirely realizing the situation. She said after driving for a long time, he dropped her off at the gas station and sped off. I'm guessing her conversations humanized her, which started eating at his conscience. After that, she says she remembers crying for my parents at the gas station. The attendant found her and called the police. He also let her have all the candy she wanted while they waited for the police to come, which was apparently a dream come true for her at the time. Luckily, she was reunited with my family without even a scratch. TLDR, my sister gets kidnapped, returned, and free candy. My dad was a missing person for about 6 months, starting in late 1989, so I was 3 or so at the start of it. He has bipolar disorder, but he was doing well, working his job at a military base when his bipolar meds inadvertently got sweated out of his system after a few days of working outside on an airstrip in the sun. As his med levels began to taper and his bipolar symptoms came into play, my mom began to notice gradual changes in him. Basically, he cycled through depression and mania, and ultimately began having paranoid thoughts, many of which we didn't know about at the time. One example I remember well is that he came home from work to find me in the living room watching Lassie and yelled at me for watching such filth. My mom, looking back, said the only signs she noticed were that he quoted religious ideas more often than normal and bought himself a lot of dress shirts. All of this is just to say that over the period of a few weeks, these things seemed innocent enough, though a bit odd. So here's the start of him becoming a missing person. It was the weekend, and he told us he was going to run up to the gas station for a second. Well, that second turned into an hour, and so on. After it became apparent that something was wrong, my mom drove his route to the gas station, spoke to clerks, and once the police would open a case, she gave them all his details. A search ensued, but he wasn't using his credit cards or calling anyone he knew, so there wasn't much to go on. My mom drove our whole state several times over with me in tow whenever she could, searching for him or his truck. About 8 weeks since he went missing, some of his family from out of state who had also been keeping watch in case he tried to go to them ended up finding his truck in a swamp. The truck had been damaged as it crashed into the swamp, and with no sign of him, my mom feared the worst. About 4 to 5 months later, we were contacted by our local police saying they were looking into a John Doe who was found wandering across the interstate in North Carolina, states away from us, and the abandoned truck. A good Samaritan picked him up and took him to the police station. My dad wasn't forthcoming with his details, but the NC police went back to where he was found and located his wallet and jacket folded and placed on an interstate divider. My dad was monitored closely in a mental health institution for an additional few months, while his medication levels were regulated. He came home to us, and since then, he has been largely incident-free. A few medication readjustments have been needed over the years, but all were done via inpatient monitoring. Honestly, I can't be more proud of my dad and my mom for being super vigilant regarding his meds and overall health. To be sure, him going missing was super fucking traumatic for all of us. 4x, after he returned home, I'd throw a tantrum and physically wrap myself around his leg anytime he headed for the door. But it is hard these days to feel super sorry for our situation, because our outcome is a textbook best case scenario. Especially considering his job provided good mental health insurance coverage at the end of the very decade that has become a notorious for the decline of mental health services. Oh, and my dad is still not very clear on what happened to him, or what he did during those months that he was missing. Either that or he's just not telling. I sometimes wonder where my half-siblings are. Oh, I have such a good one, and it's so late to the party. I thought my wife was missing in Belize. We had arrived after a red-eye flight, through connections, in about 17 hours. We got to the small K, Ambergris K, if you're interested, and checked into our hotel. It was paradise, the best hotel and experience I've ever had. We were introduced to the staff, given some drinks, escorted to our wonderful room, where we found a bottle of the local rum. Being the smart people we were, we decided we'd have some drinks with this newfangled rum. We ended up downing the bottle. I ended up passing out. My wife was laying out in the front patio soaking up some sun. I wake up around 3 hours later and it's dark. I call out to my wife, no answer. That's normal, she is a heavy sleeper. I go outside to the patio expecting her there, but she's not. Okay. Go to the extra bedroom, slow season, we got a suite, and she's not there. Okay, well, who knows, maybe she's at the bar. I walk around the hotel, and I can't find her. I find the groundskeeper who speaks only Spanish and the local tongue. I'm knowledgeable, but not fluent, and I tell him that I cannot find my wife. He tells me he hasn't seen her. About now I'm beginning to panic. She isn't in the room. She's not by the pool. She's not in the hotel anywhere that is public. I go to the front desk, and they assure me the island is very safe, and that we are right next to the police station. One guy even suggests that maybe my wife ran off with other guy and is with him. Yeah, right. I go back to my room, mind racing. It is then that I notice her shoes are still in the room. Not only that, but so is her wallet and phone. Wherever she is, she's shoeless, moneyless, and ID-less. Full on panic. My next move is to run around the streets of the area looking for her. We are at a beach, so now I'm looking in the water for her, at night. Worst case scenarios are streaming through my head. Is she dead? Is she abducted? What's happening to my life right now? I just arrived on my vacation and now she's gone. At this point the hotel staff is alerted to the situation. It's been about 2 hours since I woke up, and my wife is nowhere to be found. I'm filing a missing persons report in the hotel lobby when I hear a scream. My blood turns ice cold. The groundskeeper comes running up to me, sua esposa, and my heart again drops. I'm running over to him. Donde es mi esposa? He points to the hotel building, to the room next to ours. I'm greeted by a completely nude wife wandering around in the room adjacent to mine. I see her walk, stumblingly, into the bathroom, and close the door. Another family had checked into the adjacent room, and had seen her, and that was the scream. I walk into the room, and knock on the bathroom. She's like, "What do you want?" "You're in the wrong room, honey." "No, I'm not, Balarodafu, what are you talking about?" "Wife, you're in someone else's room. This isn't our shower, what are you talking about? You're scaring me, wife. Just put on the robe and let's go." I then proceed to get her into bed, and talk her down, as she is very confused. What happened? The hotel unlocks the patio doors of rooms that will be checked into on that day. This allows them to show the pool and amenities, and then take the new guests through the patio doors to their rooms, since all rooms surround the pool. My wife was drunk, was sunning in the patio, and fell asleep. When she woke up, still hungover, she got up, and walked into the wrong room. The rooms look identical, so she went into the bedroom, and promptly flopped down, and went to sleep. When she woke up, due to the screaming, she decided she needed a shower. The family all saw her buck naked. She wouldn't come out of the hotel room for the next 2 days. Probably scariest day of my life. I ran away at 15. I was gone for about 3 months. I had serious emotional and mental problems as a teenager and felt shunned, misunderstood, rejected and controlled by my parents. On top of physical and mental abuse by my stepfather. I literally up and left one day. I arranged to stay with a friend for a bit, but she couldn't let me stay there at her house forever. She lived with her grandma and had a newborn baby. I wound up staying with a friend of hers that I knew, and his girlfriend for a while as well. At one point no one could take me in, and I slept behind a grocery store near a vent where heat came out to get some warmth, and found food in the dumpster. I stole cans of Chef Boyardee from the local 7-Eleven. I never felt solo in my life. I went back to stay with my friend who had the baby. I got sick soon after. I only went home when I got really sick with tonsillitis. I didn't know what it was at the time. I called my grandma at first, and I will never forget her crying when she heard my voice and knew I was alive, because no one did. After talking to her, she made me promise to call my mom, and I did, and my friend took me home, which was an hour drive. My parents didn't know my friends, and had been looking for me for a while, and didn't know if I was dead or alive. I'll never forget the sound of my mother's voice when I called her, and she heard me, and knew I was alive. The complete breakdown in her that I heard is something I will never forget, and made realize how much I was indeed loved. One of the whole reasons I left in the first place, because I thought no one gave a crap about me. A typical moody teenager. I went back home after that, and faced my problems, and 18 years later I have a great relationship with my mother. More than once, but I'll only tell one story, because they are all pretty much similar. I was barely a toddler when I went missing. I had been playing outside with my family and friends. Then suddenly I was just gone. My mother was frantic. She called my dad home from work, had the neighborhood looking for me, police searching the nearby park, going through the house, everything. It was getting late in the day and they were losing light. The police had thoroughly searched the house and neighborhood to no avail. As my mother is standing on the front porch giving a police officer/detective my description, I walk out the front door of the house rubbing my eyes. Officer to my mom, "Is that her? Mom, where the hell have you been?" Me, confused, sleeping? I had put myself down for a nap. Now they had done a thorough search of the house, but I was an odd sleeper. I had an entire fleet of stuffed animals and assorted critters that I slept with. When I went to bed, I must have rolled off and taken the entire fleet with me under the bed. I was a toddler and very tiny. I must have mixed in with all of the stuffed animals because my parents and the cops searching the house never found me. And I never woke up during the commotion. I'm hearing impaired, so if I was snuggled in on my good ear, I heard nothing when they called for me. This is not the only time I went missing as a small child and had the whole search party thing go down. My son and a friend of his pulled a joke on his dad and me a few months ago, and we had police on the way before they were found hiding in the neighbor's yard. My mother was grateful he was safe, but mostly unsympathetic. I don't blame her. I earned that one. I wasn't technically a missing person, but I started a whole missing person investigation, so I suppose it counts. Let's take it back to 2004. I'm in 5th grade. My family was going on a family vacation to Florida and this was the first time I had been on a plane since 9/11 and was irrationally afraid of planes. I was scared that if the plane crashed nobody would know who I was since I didn't have an ID. So I decided to write a note identifying myself which I kept in my pocket. Once we got to Florida it became a huge joke. We were out to dinner with some family friends who happened to be in Florida at the same time, and after hearing about the note they wanted to see it. During the course of dinner the note fell onto the floor and was forgotten. When a waitress was cleaning our table, after we left she found the note and freaked out. Being the overdramatic kid I was, the first line of the note was, "If you find my dead body," and then went on to identify myself and the people I was with. A girl about my age had been abducted recently to this happening, so she called the police. The police identified my family, got a hold of a relative of the other family we were with, figured out where we were staying and came to find me by 2 AM the same day. Of course I was fine, and I'm sure they left a little annoyed, but in the end we never got the note back. But it did make a decent story. This will probably get downvoted like everything I do, but here goes. When I was about 8 I used to have a hard time going to sleep. Who didn't? And one night I awoke and couldn't fall back asleep. I was a little kid, so I decided to go wake up my dad and says, "What's up?" Mom was away visiting her sister, but I went to my parents' bedroom and it was empty. Went to my older brother room. Empty. Here's where it get weird. So I'm walking around my house calling out my brother and father's name, and guess what I step in? Blood. Little drops of blood all over the stairs. So I do what every rational child does in the situation. I run the fuck out of the house, barefoot and in an oversized t-shirt. I run for about half a mile down the sidewalk of my street and show up at a friend's house and slam on the door. They take me in and I explain what's going on. Turns out my brother had a bad nosebleed and my dad rushed him to the hospital without telling me or writing a note. Everything worked out and everyone was okay, but scared. I can faking. Imagine when my dad got home with my bro and I was gone. Haven't thought about this traumatic experience in like 14 years. Thanks Reddit. TLDR, woke up with nobody home and blood on the floor. So I ran away. When my mom was 16, 1986-ish, she used to babysit her neighbor's 5-year-old daughter and 2-year-old son on the weekends. My grandparents and her neighbors were good friends and would go out on the weekends to drink and socialize regularly. One Saturday night, while routinely babysitting both children, my mom heard a knock on the door around 12 AM. Roughly. She opened the door to see a man walking away down the street. She yelled, "Did you knock?" He looked over but never replied and continued walking. Thinking that was odd, but leaving it at that, she just went back inside and locked the door. My grandparents and the children's parents came home shortly after, exchanging goodnights, took their children and went home. The next morning police were at the door. They informed her that the 5-year-old daughter she had been babysitting the night prior had disappeared in the middle of the night and hadn't been located. My mom, knowing nothing about what happened after they were picked up, told them what she knew. She unintentionally forgot to mention the strange knock at the door, totally out of complete ignorance and forgetfulness. About a week later, the body of the little girl was found in an abandoned house about 20 yards up the street. She had been wrapped and beaten to death. My mom eventually told police about the strange man she'd seen walking away from the house, but had no clear description other than what he was wearing and race. He had climbed through the children's open window that same night while the parents were sleeping, probably drunk, took the girl out of her bed, climbed back out the window, and carried her to the abandoned house. He was never identified or charged until last year. He's still awaiting trial. This was in Las Vegas, Nevada, in case anyone was wondering. Sorry if I'm super late to this party, but one day I got out of work and decided I wanted to drink some wine when I got home. So after work around 8 p.m, I stopped by the grocery store and got me a mallet. Now a few details I want to add before I continue. I live 2 hours from my family and I live alone. I don't really drink much. And prior to this, it had been more than 7 months since I last consumed any alcohol. I stand about 5 feet 6, and I don't weigh much. AKA, I'm a lightweight. Oh, and I didn't sleep the night before, so I was very exhausted. I arrive to my complex and see someone parked in my private parking spot. I'm furious but far too tired to call anyone about it, so I park super far from my apartment. I finally get inside, and instead of just drinking a bit then going to bed, I decide to go on and drink the whole bottle and play some League. Anyways, what's the worst thing that could happen? Sleep is for the weak anyways. Well, the worst thing that could happen is that I get uber drunk, pass out, and sleep for a whole day. Yay, like 24 hours-ish. I may have woken up, but I don't remember. Thing is, I wake up and didn't notice that I slept that long. To me it looked like I slept for 2 hours. But I have all this energy now, so I decide to play League until I get sleepy again. Well, it doesn't take too long, and I go back to bed. This time I don't sleep as long, but I slept enough to sleep for all of daylight again. Now I'm confused and a little scared. I feel lost because my body and mind are out of whack, because I'm apparently partaking in the longest night of my life. I look for my cell phone and it's dead, so I set it to charge. I start freaking out a little and decide I need to do something. I don't feel like playing video games, so I just decide to watch some TV shows. After a while I hear a lot beeps and noises. Beep 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 beep, so I turn down the volume and notice it's my cell phone. This thing is beeping and vibrating more than an N64 controller while playing Explosives Only multiplayer GoldenEye. I try to read the messages, but they're coming in so fast. But I'm able to read some of the words, and then I start to notice a pattern. Words like "where are you" and "I hope you're okay" were pretty much in every message. When the messages stopped, I noticed the date on my computer and the dates on the messages. The biggest oh shit moment of my life happened that moment. So begin fact that I couldn't say the words oh shit. Just my idiot self looking at my phone in silence. I had been missing for 2 days. I had missed work, and so when the punctual kid no called no showed, they called my emergency contacts, my parents and my parents' neighbor. The moment the latter was called was when everyone in my small Texas town got to play telephone with one another. The story got pretty ridiculous and some were pretty creative. So it took me about half an hour to gather up the guts to call my family. Explaining what had happened to the police and my family was the worst. The most embarrassing talk ever. I wanted to crawl underneath the densest rock Earth had to offer. I got fired, by the way. TLDR, I'm an idiot. I'm a bit late for this, but I was nearly abducted when I was 6 or 7. We were in a large busy supermarket on the Gold Coast, Australia in '92. We being my mother, my 4-year-old sister and I. This is what I remember. There was a really nice man with a motorbike toy, the ones you pull, and kids pretend they are riding it, and he let me ride his motorbike around the store. That's all I remember. My mother remembers my sister having a fit about something and trying to calm her down and turns to find me gone. Ignoring my sister's fit, she sets off calling my name and searching for me, but to no avail. She rushes to the customer service desk and frantically gets them to call for me over the PA system, but also to no avail. Bear in mind at least 5 to 8 minutes have passed at this time. At this stage my mother is hysterical, telling them to shut down the supermarket. The customer service officer was trying to tell her that she needed to calm down, etc. Mum goes ballistic. So much so other shoppers are becoming concerned with her behavior, but after finding out what's happening, a couple of shoppers got behind my mother and they shut the doors on both sides of the supermarket. Police were called. I was found at the other side of the building, right at the shut door, still on the motorbike by myself. The man had gone. TLDR, I wandered around town once when my piano lesson was cancelled. Apparently I wasn't supposed to do that. Starting when I was about 5, I had weekly piano lessons that were in a part of town that I didn't know very well. All I knew was that during my piano lesson, my dad would always go to Walmart and get groceries, since it was nearby. One day I showed up for my lesson and the teacher's door was locked. It was just her house. I instantly remembered her telling me that she would be out of town. My dad had already left, so I decided that I was going to show him how smart and independent I was by meeting him at Walmart before he even had the chance to pick me up. Problem was, I had no idea which way Walmart was, so I just picked a direction and started walking. After a while, I started to wonder if my lesson time was over, but I didn't worry too much. My dad was usually late anyway. After a few hours, the lesson was supposed to be 30 minutes. I started to worry. I had no idea where I was. I walked into a gas station and asked if I could use the phone, but the worker told me the phone was for employees only and directed me to the payphone. A taxi driver gave me some coins to use the payphone, but I was too embarrassed to ask how to use it. I put the coins in, picked up the receiver, and tried to dial my parents' house, but when it didn't work, I gave up. I walked a little further and saw an auto shop that I recognized. I walked in and asked if I could use their phone, and they said I could. So I called my mom and told her where I was. She was upset, but I still didn't think this was a big deal. Until a police officer showed up to pick me up instead of one of my parents. They took me to the police station and took my fingerprints. I assume they did this just in case I got lost again. I still don't really know, and then brought me home. By then it was dark, and my piano lesson had been right after school, maybe 4 PM. Other than the officers being kinda callous and insensitive, it wasn't really a traumatic experience for me. My family loves to tell stories about how adventurous and unafraid I was as a kid, and still am today. But I think it scarred my mother, to the point where my dad wasn't allowed to leave during my lessons anymore. He still did, we just didn't tell her. When I was 6, I went on a trip to southwestern Mexico. I'm Mexican. And we were traveling in a pretty large group, I think 50 people. So one of my uncles, who was also traveling with us, told me if I wanted to go and eat with him in the local market and then do a little tour of the city. I told him yes, and told him that I'd also told my parents. From what I can remember I truly did ask them, but turns out I didn't. We stayed the whole day out, and by the time I came to the hotel there were police all around, and my mom came and hugged me crying. I was missing for about 12 hours. There was also that time when I got lost in Disneyland when I was 5 at the place where the fountain of Snow White is next to the Cinderella castle. I don't even remember anything, but my parents always tell me that they freaked out. Every time I go to Disneyland I go back to that place. The last one I got lost an entire night when my family was staying in a beach hotel when I was 13. I was extremely bored, so I took a walk in the beach at night. Then I went to a couch in the hotel lobby, but no one was there in the night. It was extremely comfy, so I fell asleep as a matter of minutes, and before I noticed, I got woken up by a drunk man at 6 AM. My family thought I went to the beach and drowned, and there were people all over the beach searching for me. There were even people who testified seeing me walking in the beach and going in the ocean and not coming back. Needless to say, that I'm a person who got lost in my childhood very often. My little brother sent his elementary school into lockdown twice, both through his own absent-mindedness. Does that count? The first time was when he was in like first grade. He had a substitute teacher who wouldn't let him go to the bathroom, so he just walked out and went anyways. She didn't see him leave, but noticed that he was gone. She freaked out and had the principal lock the school down. He strolled back into the classroom like 10 minutes later, completely unaware of the panic he had caused. The second time was actually after school, when he was in 4th or 5th grade. The students had just been released and were all being picked up. My little brother was nowhere to be found. After 5 or 10 minutes of waiting in the usual pickup spot, my stepdad walked over and asked the teacher where he was. They couldn't find him anywhere, so the teacher freaked out and started locking down the school, thinking he had been abducted. In the meantime, my stepdad started calling parents, relatives, etc. to see if they had picked him up. After around 10 minutes, my brother's friend's dad said that he had asked for a ride. My brother was sitting on the front porch when my stepdad got back home because he forgot his house key, which still happens a majority of the time. When I was 7, my dad often brought me to a family friend's house that was several turns and about a 30-minute walk away. One time, I fell asleep with my dad, woke up at about 9 PM, and I wanted to know where my dad went. I'm not entirely sure why I thought he ran away, but I proceeded to get dressed and walk/run to that family friend's house crying the whole way there. I got caught in the run by a pair of cops halfway through. They were quite confused about why a 7-year-old Chinese child is out by himself, crying in a mildly ghetto area. At this point, I'm scared as balls, so they try to get me into the cruiser, which I immediately grabbed a light post and didn't let go for a bit. Eventually the struggle ends, and they are trying to figure out where I live, so they can get me back home. Me being the little sheet I was, refused to tell them anything, however demanded to see their baton or gun. They gave me some juice, and I calmed down. Meanwhile, my parents are freaking the hell out at home wondering where the hell I went, and started blaming my uncle, because he apparently saw me get dressed, then leave the house, but didn't stop me. So I get home, get smacked by a stick a few times for making them panic. Traditional Asian family punishment. I was a custodial kidnapping victim as well. My mother had a bipolar episode when I was about 8 years old and became convinced that my father was evil and trying to kill us. She told my sister and I that we were going to get a board game to play on Mother's Day, but once we got on the freeway she told us that she had to take us away from our evil dad. It was really confusing. I remember hysterically crying in the car because I knew that wasn't right. She checked us into the hotel airport because she was too tired to fly that day. We were begging her to let us call our dad. She eventually gave in, but gave us specific instructions to not tell him where we were because he would come and kill us. 14 years later, and I can still remember the fear and pain in my dad's voice. He kept asking where we were, but we didn't tell him. Mom made us hang up. She made us keep the curtains closed and the lights off, and she knocked out until the next afternoon. I can remember the green carpet with yellow patterning. I sat on the floor next to her while she was asleep. I was both scared of her and scared for her. I didn't sleep. The next day she called her friend to help her get plane tickets because my dad had cancelled her credit card. The friend convinced her to come and stay with her for the night until they figured everything out. I felt safer, but still confused and scared. I finally slept that night. In the morning my sister told me that dad had come to get mom in a white van with doctors. More crazy things happened when my mom was in the hospital. I'm not sure why my dad took us to see her then. No one really would tell how long she was going to be there, or even why she was there. She sent me things she found on her walks around the facility. A spoon, cigarette butts, and various items made from popsicle sticks. My family has still not talked about this. My mom has gotten manic since then, but not psychotic like this. My sister was diagnosed bipolar her first year of college. Mental illness sucks. My mom grew up in a smellish and very poor town in Ohio. By the time she'd escaped to the south, where she later met my dad and had me, this once bustling sector of America was in shambles. Think of Detroit, Michigan, Dayton, Ohio, Gary, Indiana in the early 80s. Anyhow, she left in the late 60s. I'm born 10 years later in the south, and she's the only one of her 3 siblings that actually got out. Her sister, my aunt, was in the slow process of losing her mind, and my uncle was an angry biker badass who gave no fucks about anything in the world, and would eventually go on to show the world just how much he really needed them. More on that in a moment. So one day we are up in the Midwest visiting my grandmother. Granddad had passed a few years before, and I walk into my grandmother's shack house for the first time in memory. This may have been the first time ever, but who knows. I was about 5 years old at this time. My uncle was probably around 38, and he's thrilled to see me. He picks me up, tosses me around, and tells me about all the people he hates and would love to see dead. My mom shuts him up and tells him not to share that sheet with me, and she goes off to help my grandmother with something. Well, I'm hanging with Uncle A, and I'm having a blast. He asks me if I'd like to take a walk, because there are some awesome train tracks nearby he'd like to show me, and of course I'm like, sure. So we head out the front door, through the woods, and eventually find the tracks. This marks my earliest memory of train tracks. I'm amazed by them. He picks me up so I can see further down the line, and we eventually come to a bridge. He tells me we should cross, but says that we have to be careful not to get stuck in the middle when a train is coming, because then we'd have to jump. I'm like, well duh, Uncle A, that's obviously better than being run over by a train. Jeez. So we look both ways and start to cross. We get about halfway across, and he suddenly freaks out. Holy shit, gambition. It's a train. Run. Believe it or not, this was the first time I ever shit myself and sobbed uncontrollably while running at the full speed of a 5-year-old across a bridge of train ties, trying not to fall through the gaps into the gorge below. We arrive at the other side and my uncle is laughing his ass off. There was, of course, no train, and terrifying this small child is obviously the highlight of his week. Now I'm covered in shit and tears and I just wanna go home. He marches me into the woods next to the tracks and makes me clean myself up with leaves and branches, and then we start for home. I wasn't willing to cross back over the bridge though, so he picks me up under his arm and marches me across while I scream like the 5-year-old I was. About 3 hours after we'd left, we get back to my grandmother's place and there are police everywhere. My mom and grandmother come rushing out of the house and they're both losing their shit. My grandmother starts beating the mess out of my uncle and my mom is barraging me with strange questions. They thought he had kidnapped me and was on his way to the west coast to sell me for blow. Police were dispatched to the state lines to stop anyone looking like my uncle. Of course I had no idea what was happening. My uncle seemed genuinely repentant for worrying them and downright offended that they'd accuse him of stealing his nephew. It seemed he had a bit of a history with theft. So much so, they wouldn't have put it past him to steal a child. And that was the time I went missing in the woods near my grandmother's house. It was also the last time I was ever left alone with my uncle. About 10 years later Uncle A got into a gunfight with the police and lost. I sort of imagine that's exactly how he'd have wanted it. R.I.P. Uncle A. I got kidnapped by my mom when I was 3. I guess the term is custodial kidnapping. My mom and dad were never married, but when my older sister was born they tried to make it work for a few years. Ultimately their relationship fell apart. When I was about 2 they split up, and my dad's dad, we'll call him Grandpa, pretty much dictated the custody arrangements. Grandpa had my parents move closer to him so he could watch over all of us, which meant my mom had to drop everything, leave her job and her friends and family, and try to start over in a location where she literally didn't know anyone except my dad. Dad didn't have much interest in me or my sister. He was like 25 at the time, so he just wanted to do drugs with deadbeats and floozers while he was still young. I remember mom sitting us down one day. She was about at her wit's end, and she asked us if we wanted to leave with her. My sister and I both said yes, so that very night she had our clothes packed, and we ran away back to the East Coast where her family lived. If I had to describe it, I'd say those months were the happiest I've ever been in my life. Mom's mom, grandma henceforth, owned a bus that she converted into a camper, and we lived out of that bus driving from location to location, so the authorities could never find us. For a while we lived on the beach, hanging out with tourists' kids, and exploring the forests and stuff. Then we found a widow with a large garage she rented out. That was the best. She had a plum tree she'd regularly harvest and share with us, and there was a zip line in the woods, and down the road was a patch of blackberry bushes that lead to a creek with a huge clay deposit we'd play with, squishing it in our hands and sculpting things out of. When we left there we went to a couple different places, sometimes picking up pets, always meeting new people, until eventually we ended up in the redwood forest, which is where the authorities caught up with us. According to my dad, the way they found us was pretty incredible. Police couldn't pick up any leads. Grandpa's private detectives were having trouble keeping track of us, but eventually one of dad's friends referred him to a legit psychic who specialized in this kind of thing. She told him we were in the redwood forest, and goddamned if she wasn't right. So the details are a little hazy for me, but what happened next was a lot scarier than the months prior. Basically mom, my sister, and I split off from the bus and sought shelter in various battered women's shelters across the state. These shelters were safe houses for women who feared for their safety from abusive husbands or ex-boyfriends, and they offered us some measure of legal asylum. The theory of these places is amazing, but the shelters themselves were shitholes. I remember the first night we spent in the first one. The act was out, and the heat in our bunk was painful. I stayed up half the night screaming and crying until I wore myself down enough to fall asleep. Those couple of weeks were pretty rough. In one I remember meeting this girl about my age, and my sister noticed I was spending time with this girl instead of following her around like a puppy. She made fun of us and referred to her as my girlfriend. At another shelter I got molested by an older boy. He taught me how to do fellatio and made me keep it a secret from my mom. In hindsight I guess it was better that my dad and grandpa eventually pulled us out of that situation. So I guess I'll skip a whole lot and get to the part where mom lost custody of us. I remember it like this. My sister and I were pulled into this room full of stuffed animals, with mom sitting next to a social worker who explained very calmly that this would be the last time we'd ever see our mother again. I can still feel the jolt of those words echoing through my child mind. They gave us a couple of those doodle bears that were popular in the 90s, the kind you could write all over then wash them off, and then we got to hug our mom for the last time. I didn't want to believe what they said, but when I looked to mom for some kind of reassurance I saw a look on her face that I still can't completely describe. Like she was trying to be strong to show us how to deal with it, and that's how it clicked. I went ballistic, screaming and fighting, clinging to mom's neck, clutching her hair in my fists, but they pulled us away and that's the last I saw of her for most of childhood. Since then I've lived with dad or grandpa or various other family members on this side, and overall I'd have to say that I've had a good life. I have to assume the way I turned out now is better than it would have been had I gone the other way. But sometimes, man, sometimes I wonder. This probably isn't really what you're looking for, because it was only a few hours, and I wasn't really missing, but I like the story. When I was about 8 years old I decided to go play with the neighbor kids. They were 5 and 4. We lived in a fairly rural area, and it wasn't uncommon for us to go hang out in the hills/woods behind my house. So we walked down the dirt roads for a while trying to decide what to do. Eventually we decided to play prison break. We pretended that we were prisoners making our escape from a jail. We'd hide from pretend cops in the bushes, trees, or hillside. We'd been playing for a while and decided that we'd head back home, but we were still playing in the way home. We weren't officially free men until we got home. On the way home we saw a cop car coming our way. Naturally, having just escaped from a maximum security prison, we hid in the bushes until the cop was out of sight. Along the way home we passed a few more cop cars, which, of course, we also hid from. When we got back home there were about 4 cop cars outside the other kid's house. They had apparently freaked out and called the cops when we hadn't been home after an hour or so. We told them we were playing prison break and that's why the cops didn't find us blah blah blah. I think they got in a bit of trouble, but my dad was at work and my grandpa was watching me and hadn't noticed I was missing. The fact that we were bidding from fake police and real police drove by made this the most fun I'd ever had playing a pretend game. When I was 16, my family and I took a trip to Italy in the summer. We rented a small flat in Rome near the Colosseum for a few days during that time. One day my mom, my younger brother and sister, and I went to go see the Vatican, but misread the signs on the metro and ended up somewhere completely random. We found a small outdoor market to schmoz around while we tried to figure out where the hell we were, but while we were there my mom and I got into a fight about something very personal, and I got upset and ran off to go cry, being the impulsive teenage girl I was. After sobbing into my hat in the back of a seedy alleyway next to a parking garage, I realized that separating myself from the group had not been the best course of action, so I went back to the market. Naturally my family was gone. I searched all over for them, but it became clear that I was on my own, with no money, in a foreign country with little to no knowledge of Italian. I wandered for a while, until I found a tiny bookstore whose owner spoke English and mercifully pointed out where I was on a map. Unfortunately, our flat was halfway across Rome, but there was a long straight road that stretched all the way to the Colosseum, so I decided to get walking. By pure coincidence along my walk I came across St. Paul's Basilica and decided to pay a visit, figuring I might as well. It was incredibly gorgeous and once I'd seen all of it, I got trekking again. I walked for what seemed like a couple hours. I'm not really sure of that, but I definitely walked past part of the University of Rome until I realized that I was getting sunburned and that I had developed a nasty blister. I could see the Colosseum in the distance, but it wasn't getting any closer. At that point I decided to throw in the towel and approached a pair of cops that were on the other side of the street. Their English was shit, but both their and my French was passable, and I was able to communicate where our flat was thanks to its very convenient placing next to one of the biggest structures in the city. They gave me a ride and reported that I'd been found. When I showed up my whole family was there, waiting for news of my death or something else nasty. Taking the whole story into account I honestly think the strangest thing was that one of the cops offered me a cigarette and looked at me like I was a nun when I declined. Italians sure like their cigars. TLDR, naive teenage girl me goes a wall in Rome for the day equipped with nothing but a sun hat, saw some cool shit by accident, and proved that my decision to take French in school was not totally useless. I ran away at 16. I had gotten in trouble for something stupid at school, like not doing homework or something, and my parents completely overreacted and threatened to send me away again. So I was like fuck this, I'm out. I ditched to the cornfield behind my house and there was like a little tree oasis. I totally chilled there for a bit until the sun went down, then took a 7-mile walk to the nearby town in the dark. Ended up seeing my friends. Crashed there for a bit. Summer's hole. Tipped my parents off, and they went there to look for me. I ditched there and spent the night in the dugout at my school. I eventually went back when the assholes decided to threaten to have some of my over 18 friends arrested for helping me run away, which they didn't. Got back to my house. Police were waiting for me. I realized they were going to try to have me arrested, so I pulled the suicide bit, realizing immediately that my choice was a psych ward or jail. I've played the game enough with these assholes that I had to check them into a corner. Got the fuck out when I was 18, haven't gone back since. Fuck parents that send their kids away to boot camps. For those of you who are parents with other troubled teens, and by troubled teens I mean ones you faked up and didn't raise right, sending them away is not the faking answer. It faked me up pretty good. I have no intention of communicating with my mother or stepfather ever again. This isn't that great of a story, but one time I managed to get my little brother hunted by police. I would like to stress that I'm now well aware of how stupid I was being, and that we are still good friends, and that every time he brings this story up, he laughs and I'm the one apologizing profusely. I was 7, and he was 5, and we were walking home from school. My parents both worked very long shifts, and my father only returned home on the weekends. So we had this arrangement where we would walk to our grandmother's house, actually a nursing home, as I later found out, and stay there until our mother would pick us up and drive us home, about 3 miles away. Anyway, as we were walking, my brother started complaining that his feet hurt and that he wanted to stop and rest for a while. I'm not sure quite what I was thinking. Perhaps I was trying to prove that I earned the fact I was born 2 years later, damn it, and I didn't earn it by whining, but I left him sitting by the side of the road as I marched on, assuming that he would follow me. Only when I got to the house did I realize that he hadn't been following me at all, and my grandmother started to freak out. First I tried lying, saying that he was off sick today, then claiming he was buying a newspaper, never mind that he couldn't yet read books without pictures in them, and once the other residents got involved, I resorted to outright begging them not to call the police. Of course, that was exactly what happened, and pretty soon my mother was there interrogating me for information about where I last saw him. My father was speeding home from Manchester, 200 miles away, and what seemed like the entire British police force were combing the tiny village looking for him. I was repeatedly led up and down the route we walked to get there, first by my mother, then by the police, looking for anything I might recognize as belonging to him, at one point getting 5 or 6 cops performing what seemed to be a full forensic analysis on a pink shoe left in a bush, and the entire time changing my story faster than a children's book writer with short-term memory loss. About 3 hours or so after my brother's vanishing act, one of the officers got a call on his radio. Apparently, a few of them had decided to search our house a few hours ago and decided to hang around outside for a while. After going into his room for what must have been the 50th time at that point, they found him sitting on the floor playing with his Action Men toys. Apparently, he had not only managed to find his way home, following a route that he had never walked before, but managed to evade an entire village full of police searching for him, and then finally managed to sneak in the back door of the house and hide for 2 hours right under their noses. Hick's reason for avoiding the police: they looked busy, and I didn't want to disturb them. After this, I don't think my parents ever stopped telling him how proud of him they were for the next 3 months, and quite rightly, too. I don't remember that much about what happened to me, but I don't remember leaving my room for a very long time. My twin brother and sister were abducted by our mother around age 2 when she moved out of my father's apartment to be with her new boyfriend. After staking out her new apartment, my dad was able to retrieve us through the car window while she was inside the home. After convincing my dad and grandmother that she, my 18-year-old mom, could be trusted with visitation, she left my twin bro at the babysitter and fled with me to Texas/Mexico from Northeast US. She's Hispanic, so her family was probably there, following several months away from my twin bro and dad. My dad's mom, a transcontinental truck driver, was able to coerce my young mom into letting me ride with her on her 18-wheeler for a month or so after locating me in Texas. Once my mom agreed, my grandma took me and never looked back. I was reunited with my twin brother and dad. We had a good time growing up with our hippie father. My phone cut off the ending. My mother found me on MySpace when I was 16. She left a lot of details out, but didn't come after my dad or grandma. We have a long distance relationship now, but I don't feel like I missed opportunities or anything by not having her raise me. Twin brother also may have PTSD from her leaving him. He always had a harder time with authority than I did, mostly women. When I was 7 months old, my mother took me to the hospital for a fever. A child protective service worker removed me from my mother's care in the hospital, told her to call the next day and get information on when she would need to go to court and what the full list of charges were. My mother called and was told that there was no record of the woman that took me or me. I had simply vanished. My mother contacted police. I was listed as a missing/abducted child, and according to her, they didn't do much. She ended up hiring a private investigator by the name of J. Arms. Yes, the guy with no arms. Here is where I lose track of the story, and the most that I know is that I was returned to my mother's care at 14 months old. Whatever happened in between is a complete mystery to me. I did not believe this story, even though I heard it repeatedly growing up. My mother is not the most sane/stable/trustworthy person, and I had no reason to believe it. When my husband and I got married, I told him that there was this story, but I had no idea whether to believe it or not. There was no one to confirm or deny it. He encouraged me to get in touch with the PI, which I did, and he confirmed every word of my mother's story, which was surprising to say the least. So yeah, I guess I was kidnapped. I guess I could share my boring missing person story as well. I was 16 and abused by my dad and stepmom. I had lived with them for 3 years prior and was getting tired of it. I ran away with my boyfriend and his family was wanting to try so hard to save me. It went okay for the evening and then the next day they allowed him and I to stay home from school. They were worried about me getting back into the clutches of my stepmom. A few hours go by and then we hear a commotion outside after his parents went to work. It was the police. I knew they would give me back to my dad and I would be stuck again, so I did the only thing logical. Hid in the basement storage closet, haha. My dad busted open the basement door. He's a retired police officer. Of course he knows how to breach GRR, and I tried to make myself small. I hid in the closet and he threw the door open. I stared at him glancing in the closet for what seemed like forever. He slammed it shut and started screaming racial slurs at my boyfriend. My boyfriend's parents were called from work and asked to tell where I went. His mother came in and sweetly called for me with the saddest sound to her voice. I didn't want them to be in trouble, so I gave in and rode to the station in the back of the police car, separate from my parents. The officer berated me and my decision to leave home, never once asking why. I sat silently in the back and at the station was turned back over to my dad. A few days later, I was sent off to a boarding school where surprisingly I was able to enjoy life and was more free there than I was with my dad. While with my dad, I was in a room in the garage where cars were parked still. In boarding school, I had a bed and roommates and a window. I got to make friends and enjoyed school. I went back home over the summer and made the mistake of telling my dad I enjoyed it and wanted to go back. He pulled me out and back to the garage I went. I've been reported missing 3 times. My mom and I don't really get along. One of the things she doesn't let me do is sleep over at anyone's house. One night I came home after my curfew and she get angry at me and told me if I was going to come home late I shouldn't come at all. So the next day when I was going out to play I packed some clothes and went to sleep over at my best friend's house. At about noon the cops met her and me outside the house going out. The cops said my mom has been looking for me and drive me home. Lots of fights ensue over several months and my mom decided to move back to Ukraine. I don't speak Ukrainian anymore and obviously don't want to leave all my friends behind. I'm distraught and desperately trying to make any sort of stance on the matter. So I took a suitcase and packed all my stuff and I hauled it with my best friend to a community center we hang out at, has computers and gyms and a pool. Cool place and lack of supervision. 3 hours go by and the coos track me down. They take the stuff and drive me back home again. At 20, I now live in a different part of the country. My best friend was coming over to the city for a weekend and asked if I wanted to hang out. My mom was unfortunately going to be home this time. She's been visiting and I've been sneaking off regularly when my mom takes vacations. Woman doesn't let me stay out at night, but it's okay to leave me home alone for a month. I tell my mother I will be out all weekend. She's not happy obviously. I leave. For 2 nights. I had my first ever alcoholic drink. I met a tarantula, 2 guys hit on me. Life. I slept at 2 different houses too. And used a shower that wasn't mine. Life. I came home with my computers on because my mother tried to access them, but they are password protected. She notified the cops and they came to check out if I was really back. They wanted to talk to me, but I was just too angry and ignored them and went to shower. I was a bit too drunk to remember, but my phone kept turning on when I turned it off that whole weekend. I popped the battery eventually. Thank God my phone was old. One of the places I stayed at got a phone call from the police to ask if I was there. They didn't seem to do anything else. Tips for future parents. Don't suffocate your kids, not even for protection reasons. I got my first ever job this week, at 22. I have ridiculous social anxiety and non-existent social skills. Once I pay off this 8k debt I'm going to disappear and never talk to this parent. I've learned nothing but how to criticize from her. I really don't want to be like her. Me, my mom and two sisters were vacationing in Barcelona. Our hotel reservations got mixed up, and the bellhop walked us a couple blocks to the new hotel we were staying at. On the way out I noticed a computer in the lobby, and I had just met a lady friend traveler a few days earlier. After unpacking I walked down to the other hotel to use the computer to see if she wanted to meet up, and forgot to mention it to anyone. So my family got to freaking the fuck out and panicked when they couldn't find me, and in broken Spanish my sister was talking to this little old Spanish lady and telling her I was missing. Like I said in broken Spanish, she had told the lady that her 18-month-old brother was missing. I was 18 years old at the time. The little old lady started freaking out and took to the police to say there was a missing 18-month-old American boy, and soon there were like 30 people looking for me. Then to add to the tension with my mom and sisters, there had just happened to be a protest by the firefighters in the city arguing for higher wages, so in their protest they were lighting off fireworks which my mom and sisters thought were bombs, thus rashly jumping to conclusion that I was kidnapped by some terrorist cell in a raid or something. So I finish on the computer, I shit you not, less than an hour later, and walk back to the other hotel through this protest and see my mom bawling her eyes out outside of the hotel. I saw her and thought, oh shit, someone died, but she screamed Spear Hunter and ran over to me and hugged me. The police saw what was going on and that I was an adult and had some harsh words to say. After I cleared it up, because I speak slightly better Spanish, the police and little old lady and my family had a good old laugh and parted ways. At the time I was pissed because they blew that sheet the fuck out of proportion in such a short time, but since it has made for some funny dinner talk, so all's well that ends well. Oh, and as for the girl I was talking to, I boned her like 5 times over the course of the time I was there, and we still keep in touch, but live like 2,000 miles apart, so I don't feel bad for my mom and sister's worries. So my roommate's girlfriend was recently locked up for a 2-week mental evaluation. Here is the BS story he told me. Apparently at the time his girlfriend had a urinary tract infection. The pills she took to help her get over the UT apparently triggered a mental state. She proceeded to leave her apartment without her phone, without her keys, no shoes, no money and no warm clothes. Where did she go? To wonderful Sunset Boulevard, where she proceeded to wander around for 2 days asking people if they knew where Kristen Smith and Robert Pattinson were. She knew them and was meeting them soon. She was finally picked up by the cops and put on a 3-day mental evaluation. After failing the mental evaluation she was put on a 2-week eval. My roommate, after about a week or so, finally made a report to the police where someone somewhere connected the dots and put the batshit crazy, incoherent Jane Doe and my roommate's missing girl together. Upon seeing him, she amazingly and inexplicably snapped out of her mental state and became coherent. She's back now, spending way too much time at my apartment, eating my food, using up way too much toilet paper, and generally becoming a nuisance. Yay. I don't know what those UT pills were, but I want some. Okay, I'm late to the party, but here is mine. We went on a hiking trip with families and relatives. Mind you, this is those kind of safe jungle hiking trip in jungle path with a tour guide. On our way back from inside the jungle, our group was split into 2 parts. My parents and other elderly people at the back, and my cousin/relatives, young peoples, marching on maybe 100 meters in the front. I wanted to catch up with them, so with my parents' permission, I ran ahead from the behind group, tracking the jungle path, trying to catch on to the front group. I ran, until I reach a motherfucking river. Granted, I'd always had a bad sense of direction, and probably won't notice when I'm lost. But, there ain't no faking river on the way in. So, 12-year-old city boy alone in a jungle, I'm proud to say that I did not turn my underwear as wet as the river. So I came running back from the path I came, shouting my primary school biological class, the food chain fresh in my mind. I was fully reminded that a 12-year-old boy in a jungle is essentially just above vegetable in the network of food chain. Luckily, my parents, who eventually caught up with the front group and was alarmed that I wasn't with them, have the whole group searching for me. They reached me before any tigers did. Thank you very much. Turns out, the jungle path was diverged at one point, with the correct path hid behind a tree. Me with my fervent youth dashing down the path failed to even notice the correct path when I missed it. Had there not been a river to alarm me, I might have found a new world on foot and became the new Columbus. Last year in Australia for me, some crazy Italian invited me to the bush. It was me, this Norwegian dude and the Italian heading to I had no idea for, until we run out of food. We end up going to Cedar Bay, which is the next big beach north of Cape Tribulation near Cairns. It took us 6 hours to walk to this beach through the rainforest with our big bags and in a rotation of hoss carrying the bow and the camera, following markers in the trees. By the next morning we are out of water, so there we are strolling down the beach having just refreshed on some coconuts looking for the freshwater creek on the other side of the beach. I looked to my left and there was a topples chick in the forest. Is this too good to be true? Then 8 dreadlocked hippies emerge from the jungle and give us hugs and kisses. The first name I heard was Rainbow Suya. We moved in with them for 7 nights just fishing every day, upgrading the fort or just chillin' with these international backpacking hippies. Great time. On our last day, eating breakfast out of our coconut bowl, some yellow emergency boat comes around the corner and an old man hops into the waves and swims to shore. Old guy with a big beard comes up out of the water. We are laughing and he responds with "I love life on the edge," then asks for an American, Italian and Norwegian. Oh, seat right. I didn't respond at first, but then he explains a couple people reported me missing and has making sure we are okay. Once he sees we are living it up, he says he would be doing the same thing at our age with pounds of weed, then swims back to the boat. Our group in the jungle got to 15 amazing people. We said our goodbyes and started the journey back to the car. After dropping a Frenchie off in Cooktown, we head back to Port Douglas around 12 AM. A kangaroo runs into the car, makes the driver door only open halfway. We put a bag on its head, throw it on the roof and sleep in the car. The next morning we skinned, dismembered, decapitated, and disemboweled this thing and throw it on the barbie that night. I then got banned from the hostel I was staying at by eating a bowl of cornflakes the next morning. I was charged a week's accom for leaving my car in the hostel parking lot. Slept in the park, came back the next morning, and had the cornflakes. That got me banned. The owner of the hostel called the police to find me because of leaving my car, then threatens to call the police to find me once I return. On New Year's, the lady cop that drove my friend and I home from the bar had written my missing persons report. Straya, M19 from Seattle. I just posted this to another thread, but it got buried. When I was about 7 years old, I had a tendency to wake up really early weekend mornings, and my parents would tell me to either go downstairs and play with my brothers or go outside and play with friends for a couple hours. This particular morning was midsummer and I had set off to call for a friend. She lived pretty far across the estate from me, but I knew the area well. I was really grown up for my age, and well, early 90s. When I made it, my friend wasn't in, and I knew I had to stay out until a particular time, so I knocked on the door of my dad's cousin's wife that lived nearby to ask her the time. She answered in her PJs looking really rough and was absolutely furious that I had woken her up. She began shouting and swearing at me and collared me into the house. She basically locked me in her house for hours and made me watch horror movies, then started asking me what I knew about sex. Not a lot. She then put on a bunch of bonus and finally some birth tape, which I can't work out where it came from as she has no children. I spent this time pretending to be unfazed, but eventually asked to leave. I could walk the route fine myself and wanted to get out ASAP, but she insisted on driving me home. She drove me into the next town and paraded me around all of the shops and eventually a pub, telling everybody I was her daughter. I don't know how long it was, but I know that it was dark on a summer night when she left the pub and drove me to the top of my street and dropped me off. I walked home from there and was greeted by my parents and the police. For whatever reason, the police had no further involvement from there. My cousin divorced her, the last straw of a string of incidents probably, and she is now a renowned heroin dealer and prostitute in the area. TLDR, woman locked me in her house and forced me to watch porn and birth tapes before taking me into the next town to pretend I was her daughter and get drunk. I was one of the first of my group of friends to get their license and have their own car at 16. One night a friend of mine and I go to Blockbuster to pick out some movies, and we run into some girls who I know through some older friends who go to private school. One of the girls' parents are away, and the two girls are staying at the house together. They invite us to spend the night. The two of us know that there is no chance that our parents will be okay with this, so we do the next most logical thing we can think of. I tell my parents I'm staying at my friend's house for the night, and he tells his parents that he is staying at mine, and then we both head to the girl's house. This all would have gone fine, except my parents were selling their house at the time and got a call from the real estate agent saying someone wanted to see the house that morning. My parents called my friend's house to ask me to come home and clean my room. This was before cell phones. My friend's parents are like, "What are you talking about? I thought they spent the night at your house." About 2 hours later I dropped my friend off at home, and his parents had steam coming out of their ears. I knew we were in trouble, and his parents said I better get home right away. My mother and stepfather were pretty mad, but actually let it blow over pretty quickly with little repercussion. My father thought it was hysterical and said he pulled the same things when he was my age. My dad is a former social worker that worked mostly with teens. He was telling me one time, when he first started his first social work job, there was a girl at the place he worked at, sort of like a halfway home for teens. It was a place where kids would serve some of their time, but it wasn't in the remand center. It had a bit more freedom to it, who was known to run away. She was also known to be suicidal. So, one night she runs away, and had earlier expressed thoughts of jumping in one of the nearby rivers to kill herself, and the one she had communicated a desire to jump into is known for its deceptively fast current and strong undertow, so it's a pretty deadly prospect. So, my dad, a cow walker, and some cops are searching the areas around the riverbank trying to see if there's any sign of this at-risk teenage girl. They did end up finding her, but it sounds like she wasn't near the river, just ended up running away because, well, she's a teenage girl with a criminal record that doesn't want to be cooped up. It's not like teenagers are known for their good judgment, and, frankly, who wouldn't want to run away for a few hours of freedom? My dad's clearest memory of the incident is him and his cow walker in the back of the police cruiser as they drive along the riverbank with the cops. The cop car parks, the cops get out, and my friend's cow walker just says, "Hey, can you open the door?" to my dad, and my dad is fumbling around trying to find the handle to open the back of the police cruiser, which I like because it shows there can be oddly out of place light-hearted moments in such a crisis. You just need to know when to find them, otherwise such work gets depressing as shit. This didn't happen to me, but to a friend I went camping with. In high school, a bunch of us went out camping pretty deep, 25 kilometers outside of town, or 15-ish miles, in the forests in British Columbia, Canada. In late summer, there's all kinds of life in the woods that'll fuck you up, so we prepared by packing bear mace and machetes. We were planning on getting wasted, and a gun seemed like a bad idea. Late into the night, everybody was having a great cross-eyed drunk time in the midst of trees and rivers. Then, my friends, the future missing persons, ex-girlfriend arrived in her new boyfriend's truck. They were together for 3 years and had only been broken up for a couple weeks, so this put my friend on heavy tilt. After some shouts and tears and numerous broken tackles, he managed to sprint away into the dark abyss, and we couldn't find him. We all figured he would spend some time lurking close by, listening to our conversations and crying it out, then come back once he had sorted his shit out. Not the case. After he didn't show up by the next morning, we reported him missing. His cell died, but there was no reception in the area anyways. This guy was gone for 5 days before staggering into his parents' house, still wasted. Apparently he spent the night in the woods, then trying to find his way back to the campsite the next morning. He came across another group of campers and spent the next 4 days getting drunk with them. It's funny now, but we all thought he got mauled by bear. Good times. TLDR hiked to a bothy in northwest Scotland that was 8 miles from the nearest payphone in October. Lots of rain, no firewood, and ran out of propane. Try to get my dad to pick us up early. 2 off-duty cops call our parents. Friends' parents panic. Call mountain rescue. My dad hikes 6 miles at night during a monsoon, only to find us getting wasted with random hiker. I'm pretty sure this is getting buried in the comments, but I'll post it and see what happens. I was 16 years old and living in Scotland. I'm an American, grew up in Scotland. They have these little cabins, called bothers, dotted all over Scotland, that you can stay in for free. I, along with my friends, would stay in a particular bothy called Penmeenach a couple of times a year. This trip was on a school break in October, I think. For anyone who doesn't know, Scottish Octobers are really cold and wet. The head count is a good friend of mine. We'll call him G, my golden retriever, and myself. So my dad drives us to the trailhead, which is about 2 hours from my house. It's overcast and a little chilly, but the forecast called for spotty rain and temps in the 50s. Everything starts out okay, rain is holding, and we have backpacks full of vodka, hash, cigarettes and pot noodles. Good times are about to be had. About halfway through the 6-mile hike up and over a mountain, the skies open up. Those spotty showers turn into a torrential downpour that would last 4 days. We get into the bothy and drop our packs and immediately go out to gather sopping wet firewood. Unable to start a fire and soaked from head to toe, we just climbed into our sleeping bags and tried to sleep. Fast forward to day 3. The rain hasn't stopped for longer than an hour since day 1. Our sheet is soaked and we are out of propane for our stove. We've got 3 days until my dad is picking us up. No dry clothing, no propane for cooking, and no firewood for heat. We see hypothermia in our immediate future. We decide early in the morning of day 3 to hike out to the nearest payphone in a town called Loch Lort, which is 6 miles over the trail and another mile or 2 on the road, to call my dad for an early pickup. Me, G and the dog set off over the trail, which is a raging river at this point, and eventually reach the road. We get to the payphone and I call my dad, no answer. G tries his mom, no answer. I'm not really sure, but I think neither of us had answering machines at our house. So we decide to man up, hike back in, get drunk and wait for our inevitable deaths from hypothermia. We hitchhike the 2 miles of road back to the trail, get picked up by 2 guys who turned out to be police, who we find out later took our names and called G's mom, who freaked out and called mountain rescue. My dad got the same call and immediately drove out to the trailhead and hiked in during a monsoon in the pitch black. He found us wasted and playing go fish with some older lady who must have hiked in while we were at the payphone. Needless to say, he was pretty pissed, but after a while he calmed down and joined us in finishing all of our alcohol. We left at first light and my dad called off mountain rescue when we got to the payphone. That's all I got. Sorry if you read up to this point and hated my story. Edit. Lots of mistakes. I was conned into marriage when I was in my early 20s. I thought the guy liked me. He thought I was rich. He wasn't that nice to me before we married, and he was worse afterward. So a month into the marriage he assaults me, and my best friend's mom tells me to get on a plane and come home. I called my husband from the airport telling him I was leaving. He responds by saying he's checking all the hotels in the area and he's going to find me and bring me home. He won't let me leave him. I didn't call my real parents because they were out of town. This was before the internet and cell phones, so if they weren't home there was no way to reach them. Turns out they came home a couple days early. My father calls to tell me they're back, and my husband tells him that I'm missing. Never found out exactly what he was told, but my father freaks out and has my husband file a police report. He did. My father also tried accessing my bank/credit card info to try and track where I am. They won't give him the info. When I do call my parents to tell them where I'm at, my father drives over to my friend's house to ensure I'm really there. He says nothing of the police report. He simply asks when I'm going back and says he'll drive me to the airport. He treated it like I was on vacation. I remained at my friend's house and my dad picked me up a couple days later to take me to the airport. Here I thought he'd explain to me how he'd help me get a divorce from the monster I was married to. Nope. He hadn't talked to me about it, but my best friend's mom had a long conversation with my father about my husband being an addict. It was a 45-minute drive and he screamed at me the entire way about how spoiled I was and that I had done this just for the attention. I remember he told me that I was a married woman now, and that meant I was cut off financially and to never ask him for money again. I think I was too shocked to say anything. I was never close to either of my parents, but always thought they'd help me if I was in a jam. I could not believe my father was putting me back into an abusive situation simply because he had felt embarrassed. I get home to find my husband had changed the locks on our apartment. Our tax refund had come during that time, and he spent it all on drugs. He would call my father regularly to ask for money and my father would send it to him, no questions asked. But if I needed money for rent, because my husband decided he didn't want to pay rent anymore, my father wouldn't help me. He even bought my husband a car. I was shunned, while my husband was treated like the favorite son. So 5 months later I left my husband for good, after he beat me up in a parking lot. I lost nearly everything when I fled. My husband ended up leaving town, and it took me 4 years to divorce him. He uses the social security numbers of dead people, so my lawyer couldn't find him. Since he didn't show up to court, I wasn't able to get a monetary judgment. Never bothered calling my parents, since they were more concerned about what others would say about our family than about my welfare. Best decision I ever made. Never heard what happened with the missing persons report. I saw the business card with the report number on it, so I know it existed. Wonder if they ever closed it. When I was about 11, my sister and I decided we'd rather live with our dad than our mom and abusive alcoholic stepfather, so we talked to our dad, and he said he'd take us to California with him, his wife, and some of her kids. We left, went first to Seattle for a while, then traveled down to California. Eventually, the police pulled over Dad's car, but instead of arresting him, they arrested his wife for kidnapping one of her daughters. Her ex had legal custody of the daughter, but had agreed she could keep her, then decided he didn't like that arrangement after all, so had her arrested. They never questioned my dad about me and my sister. They never even really asked him any questions. We sat in the car with my stepmom's kids, while dad was trying to get her released from jail. She was eventually released. Her daughter went back to live with her dad until he decided he didn't want her and stuck her in foster care without telling my stepmom. So anyway, back to the story of me and my sister. Our dad realized he couldn't afford to keep both his wife's kids and his own kids, so he decided to take us back to our abusive alcoholic stepfather and our enabling mom. He scraped up some money for the drive and took us to a city about 20 miles from where my mom lived. He dropped us off at a Kmart and told us to call our mom collect to come get us. We called her and she sent a taxi to get us and drive us to her city. Dad was never arrested. I remember playing hide and seek with my 2 sisters when our family were holidaying on a houseboat. I thought I was a genius by crawling into the bottom section of the cupboard where some blankets were and closing the door. Despite being a relatively small kid, it was still a pretty tight squeeze. I didn't know at the time, but my mother had come along and pushed the door fully closed. It had one of those push-close mechanisms that kitchen cupboards have. I also later found out the game of hide and seek had quickly died as my sisters had become preoccupied with the TV. I remained completely silent in my hiding spot for a good half hour before I thought to myself, okay, it's long enough now. You've won. Time to come out. Tried and tried again, but I just couldn't get any leverage on the door. I screamed over and over again for someone to help me, but no one could hear me. My mum and dad were outside on the deck fishing, and my sisters were watching TV. After about an hour of screaming almost non-stop, I gave up. I became increasingly agitated as the time went on without anyone finding me. Every now and then I'd let out a big scream, but still nothing. After another few hours had passed, I heard my mum asking my sisters where I was. They informed her of the hide and seek game and that they hadn't found me. I started screaming again, but my voice was pretty weak at this point and I don't think I could be heard over the TV. I noticed my mum come right up to the cupboard and still she couldn't hear me. Panic ensued as my mum realized I was nowhere to be found anywhere on the boat. She alerted my dad and all hell broke loose. Everyone was screaming for me. I was at that stage, and still am, a horrible swimmer, so they had immediately feared the worst. They concluded after a while that I must have fallen overboard somehow and drowned. By this stage my dad had gotten in the tinny and was trawling up and down the river banks for any sign of me. My mother was on the phone to the authorities when she opened the cupboard to get some more tissues. She was hysterically crying at this point. It was at this point that I fell out of the bottom compartment, much to the surprise and relief of my family. Strangely enough, I was greeted with love for about 15 seconds, followed by severe anger and punishment for not telling them I was in the cupboard. Anyway, this story is still brought up at family gatherings to embarrass the hell out of me and will probably forever haunt me. TLDR, the ultimate hide and seek spot nearly becomes the child's tomb. Once, we lost my brother in Times Square, New York the day before New Year's, but the millennium. It was an incredibly busy night, and as I remember correctly, Kenny G was doing some saxophone jazz business in the center. My mum wasn't with us as we were with my dad's best friend for the day. Forgot to mention, we were on holiday from the UK during this. My dad's best friend was / is an absolute legend. He took us all around New York City, eating candy and playing video games at various arcades. Went to Feo Schwartz, just giving us a children's dream day. Anyway, we were walking through Times Square. He was holding my hand, I was holding my sister's, and she was holding my brother's. Not sure exactly what happened, but next thing I know, my sister is shouting at us to stop. We lost my bro. My dad's best friend starts frantically looking around, telling me and my C's to stay put. He ran off, and I could literally sense his stress levels explode. Imagine losing your best friend's kid, the one day you need to look after them. He was running around all of Times Square looking for my bro. He took me and my sister along as we were calling out his name, speaking to police, the whole ordeal. Elsewhere, my mum and rest of our family were getting ready in a steak restaurant relatively near Times Square. We were meant to be meeting them there within the next 25 minutes. My brother, during this time, had figured out to go to some police, head over to the Hilton with them, and find the name of the restaurant that we were going to. Obviously this must have been tough as he was around 10. They eventually found it and left to drop him off. I try to picture my mum's face as my brother walks in the restaurant with a line of huge policemen behind him. I can't imagine what went through her head. After my brother explained how he got lost and found them, my mum thought it would be funny to play a little prank on my dad's best friend. She called him up, asking how we're all doing. He replied, "We're just fine. We're making our way soon, but I can't get the kids away from the arcade." He must have literally been shooting bricks. My mum just let him relax and told him that my bro was with her and that he doesn't need to worry anymore. I've never seen his face turn so pale white and sweaty before. He looked like he just witnessed a murder. All in all, it was all good. I can mainly remember having awesome steak afterwards. Good times. I was 8, and it was December of 1990. Apartheid had come to the end, and many countries had lifted their travel restrictions. My parents flew us to the States for a 3-week vacation all over New York, Washington DC, Disney World, San Francisco, and docked just outside LA. We arrived at SFO to board a flight to John Wayne. We were a little late, and we had to rush. Through the trip, the 5 of us, including my 2 older brothers, had only a few pieces of luggage. One item was an overpacked, heavy, for an 8-year-old, vanity case that held all of our toiletries. We took turns carrying it, and SFO was my turn. We ran through the airport, with me struggling to keep up. This bloody vanity bag cut right through my fingers, but I didn't complain to the family, because we had made a deal. We ran with me lagging behind further and further as we heard final boarding calls for our flight. My hand holding the vanity bag became sore, and I shouted out to my family to wait 1 second. I stopped, swapped hands, looked up, and saw at the backs of a sea of people, none of whom were my family. I knew I was in trouble. We'd watched Home Alone shortly before leaving on the trip, and flashbacks of the first few minutes of the movie came to me. I was alone. I wasn't sure that my family would notice me missing. I knew that I couldn't lose it, so I pulled myself together and figured out a plan. I was under the impression that we were flying to Los Angeles. Meanwhile, our flight was to a different airport. The departure gates for these airports were on completely different sides of the airport. I did not know this, nor did I know the flight number. I walked ahead for a few minutes, through the hustle and bustle. I was looking for a cop or my family. I found a cop. I walked up to him, this young 8-year-old boy, jet black hair and rosy red cheeks, and told him that I was lost. He looked at me and asked me where I was going to. I told him, Los Angeles. He walked me to the LA departure gates and handed me over to a security guard who was stationed in that area. I don't remember what he looked like, but he had a strange last name that I vaguely recall having to do with the weather. He was just a normal looking middle-ages white guy. I sat down with that damn vanity bag beside me and waited. I don't know how long I waited. I had faith that my dad would find me. There was absolutely no alternative in my mind. I heard an announcement over the PA system mentioning my name. It gave instruction for me to call a specific number on the airport's internal phone system. I told the guard that I had to make that phone call. The guard told me not to worry, that if my parents would be there shortly. Not once did he reach for his radio or make a call. I heard the announcement again. I told him again what I had to do. He repeated himself, adding that if we were flying to LA, that my parents would be there shortly. I continued to wait, started to feel desperate, and searched for my family in the crowd. Then I saw him. My dad. His effect was like Moses. One moment there was a crowd, and the next I saw him parting the crowd like the Red Sea. He was leading a large group of guards and cops. I could see the anger, panic, and desperation on his face. He saw me, and his mood changed instantly. I picked up the vanity bag and ran into his arms. I told him exactly what had happened, how I'd reacted to being left behind, and what I did to try and find them. His face was full of relief, his voice hinting at tears of joy. I told him about the security guard who was looking after me, and told him about the guard who assured me that he would find me. Except, the way I interpreted it was different to the way he did. As an adult, I think about that guard now. Here he had an 8-year-old boy who came from a foreign country, and he told him explicitly to ignore the announcements calling him by name. It makes me suspicious and angry. It also made my dad angry. I saw the anger return, but I couldn't understand it. I couldn't fathom that anyone would want to harm me. Added to this was a wall of photographs of missing children and the security guard's office that he had spent a desperate time in, explaining that he had lost his son. My dad confronted the guard. An argument started. The argument heated up. The argument ended when my dad tackled this guard to the ground. As he fell, the guard hit his arm on something and severed it clean off. Every single person watching this scene was shocked at what they witnessed. The guard stood up, picked up his arm and said, "And that's why you always arrive on time." No, not really, but I was missing for 3 hours in an international airport, in a foreign country, 2 days before Christmas. I never did have to carry that vanity bag for the rest of our trip. Edit, I forgot to add, in the same trip the week before I also went missing in Disney World for most of a day. I lost my brothers, and decided to head back to the hotel we were staying at. A monorail operator saw me waiting for the train, and told me that I could go with him in the driver's cabin. I enjoyed it so much I didn't get off. The only difference was that my parents didn't know that I was missing. My brothers shat themselves, though. I was in first grade and I would take the buses home and drop us off on bus stops nearby our homes. So one day the school put me on the wrong bus and they made me get off on the wrong stop point. I was like 6, so I didn't know what the fuck was going on and went with it. Point I had no idea where my house was, so I just started walking in a general direction on the side of a fairly busy road by myself. After about 30 minutes I come across this random guy. Point he was pretty old, maybe like late 50s, and he seemed like a nice man. He started walking with me and tried to have small talk with me about where I lived and whatnot, but I was oblivious. We kept walking, and after quite some time we enter a neighborhood. We walk for a while more, and we come across this old lady, and I think I had recognized her from school because she was a yard duty. Anyway, she starts walking with both of us in some random-ass direction, and before I knew it, I could see my house down the street with police cars outside of it. Turns out the yard duty lived at the corner house, but the old dude went Maya. I never thought I would get kidnapped or anything, because they seemed like nice people. I arrived home all nonchalantly, and my mom came and hugged me, and the cops stayed a little while longer and left. I told my parents what had happened, and they were really upset with the school. The school apologized, and life went on. I sometimes wonder what really happened to the people who brought me home, because it was also unreal that we just walked randomly and I somehow got home. I was missing for like 3 hours or so and didn't even notice. I have 3 stories. They're pretty lame. When I was 12 or 13, my family took a trip to Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. We were at a very nice resort. My parents told me to wake up at around 5 a.m. to go reserve pool chairs. I have Asperger's syndrome, so my parents were always worried about me and this was big. So I got up and reserved the chairs the next day. I kind of lagged behind a bit because there was a book exchange and I loved reading. It was 6:30 when I got back. Mexican coppers, I have no idea what they were called, were at the suite, and the resort staff were on alert and searching. During the same trip, I got lost in the Mexico City airport 14-hour layover. I was missing for 6. Best time of my short sheltered life. I found a bunch of pesos on the ground and got some cool stuff that I still have. I met some interesting people and even babysat a cute little girl. I even picked up a tiny bit of Spanish. I was found by security. My parents were understandably pissed, but I didn't care at the time. I was so bored all the time. I wanted some adventure. A few weeks ago, I went missing at my school. I got into a fight over a group project. I asked my next teacher if I could go to the counselor's office. I got a pass and went. My counselor was busy, and I didn't know any of the others, so I left. I was about to break down and cry. The engineering teacher is very cool and taught in a separate building, so it's always quiet when there's an off period. I went there and vented a bit. My counselor heard that I stopped by, so she sent a pass to my class for me. I wasn't there, so that teacher knew I wasn't where I was supposed to be, and my counselor knew it too. They checked my last class. Nope. People were alerted and the search began. The rules for me are treated different because of my autism. I hate that. Anyone else would have been assumed as skipping. The campus is very big for a high school. An hour later, the engineering teacher got a call. Why yes, she is here. And a minute later the out-of-breath counselor got me from the engineering building and took me to her office. While we talked, she sent out a bunch of emails, called some people, and walkie-talkied. Something along the lines of "we found her." It warms my heart that so many people care about me, but at the time I was angry. I'm more than my diagnosis. Well, this happened when I was in Thailand, in my elementary school. At the year this happened, it seemed so perfect that there was an outbreak of pox, or some sort of flu. My school had numerous branches. ESL and the regular English branches were the 2 main ones, and the elementary school and the regular English branch had to close down for a few days for the outbreak. My part of the school still stayed open, though I was in grade 4/5 at the time. So on that day I was marked missing. I had been playing with a plant that looked like a broom. And little did I know, it seemed like I was allergic to it, or the plant was just built to itch the hell out of anyone who touched it. And there I was, covered in rashes around the arms, bits on my face, and my legs. It was a mistake to play tag with those. This happened after first recess, and my teachers saw this and got a little concerned, so I think they notified the office. Now comes in the part of something I do whenever it's lunchtime. I always walk to the regular English part of school at lunch, because there is better food there. So I sneak out of class 10 minutes early, walk to the RE branch, and order some food, and start eating at the cafeteria. I look around, and for some reason there were a few teachers, including my teacher, that notified the office and the vice principal, crowded around the entrance of the cafeteria talking about something. I take no notice. I just eat my sandwich and roti, and get ready to leave when I'm finished. So this all happens in about a duration of 30 minutes. And while I was walking back to the ESL branch, I hear someone shout my name over and over again. I look back, then I see my vice principal. I was wondering what was up, so I stopped dead in my tracks, and he comes to me and notifies me I need to go back to the office, and pronto. He just told me I had to stay in one room for the rest of the day and told me to see a doctor after school. So I go back home, and let my aunt's family know about this. I was living with them at the time, and turns out, they've contacted my mother and my father already, saying something like I was missing from containment in the school office, when I was really not even contained in the first place. I still sometimes have a good laugh about it, just to think that I was some dangerous creature to them walking about. In all seriousness, since the rashes broke out in second block, I don't get why they literally flipped out about them when I came to school, completely clean, free of rashes. A flu symptom can't just appear in a duration of 20 minutes, right? I wasn't missing for all that long, but this might qualify. When I was 4, my family went to Alton Towers. For non-UK people, it's a huge theme park, like Six Flags I guess. While I was too young for most of the rides, I was that kind of kid. I wanted to go on everything and nobody would stop me. I can remember wanting to play one of those claw machine toys my family was standing near. They started walking away. I think I did too, but suddenly decided that I want to go to this claw machine. I can remember being worried, but I can also remember being excited as because there was a ride right there I wanted to go on. It was a fucking train ride, and I can remember looking at it like I'm gonna go on that. Obviously trying to remember this sheet from when I was young is fuzzy now, but I can remember ducking under ropes and looking up at the adults trying to get on this ride. Sadly I did not get on the fucking ride. Disappointed much, but my dad found me. I can remember my mum crying while she was hugging me. Both of them were in hysterics. I was just mad I didn't get to go on the ride or get a toy from the claw machine. But apparently I was missing for a good 30 minutes, and they thought I had been kidnapped. I'm a girl. I went back to Alton Towers a few years back for the first time, and when I got to the area I found the area I went missing. And yes, I went on that ride 3 times. In high school, several of my friends had cell phones. I didn't. My parents would loan me a phone when I went out with my buddies for the evening, but that's about it. It was fine until one day, a friend and I skipped jazz band practice after school and our respective private lessons after jazz band practice. Now, the private lessons were just half-hour, simple lessons with a college student on our respective instruments. They were $10 pop. The big problem, and the reason why the band teacher was angry, was that we were in school for last period, band, then didn't show up at jazz band, which consisted of less than a dozen students, and the college student had made the 45-minute drive down for nothing. We were his only 2 students. Anyway, my buddy and I, and a third guy, decided we wanted to go fishing. Had the tackle in my vehicle already, stopped at a bait shop, and bought some live bait, minnows, ike, which I didn't use too often, and headed to one of the many nearby lakes. We had a good time, and then saw it was getting close to time for us to be home. If we had gone to band practice / lessons, and headed back. My dad wasn't home, and my mom was in hysterics. She asked where on earth I had been. Had I been drinking, doing drugs, meeting someone for sex? Of course, skipping out on band was very out of character for me. I love band and musical performance, and most of my close friends were bandmates, and I was usually less outwardly rebellious than my siblings, so I can see why it was very disconcerting. When my dad got home from driving around town looking for me, he was also upset, but he had been informed that I was never in danger. I was just being a careless turt. He had words with me. I did not have another opportunity to go fishing for quite some time after that. We didn't intend to cause anybody headaches. We simply hadn't thought it through. Teenagers, go figure. Didn't think about the guy who had wasted a bunch of gas money and wouldn't get the little cash we paid him for lessons. Didn't think the band teacher would care that we weren't at practice, etc. We didn't even catch any fish. I actually have a couple and swears here. When I was 5 at the elementary school I went to, for some idiotic reason, they thought that changing the buses on some days for different grades made sense. A friend and I went on the bus we were used to getting on and thought it was the bus we were supposed to get on. After the bus driver passed our stop and went about a mile down the road, my friend and I went to the driver to let her know that she had completely passed our stop and we were scared. Her response was pretty much, deal with it, and dropped us off there at the next stop, which was about a mile down the road from our usual stop. My friend and I, who were 5 years old, walked down a main busy road to our stop, in front of an apartment complex. And after my mom found out the truth of what happened, went apeshit and got the driver fired. My mom was in the right. No one told us underclass kids, second grade, kids that we were on the wrong bus, because it was a Tuesday and or Thursday. We obviously found our way home. My other missing situation was this time where, when I was 12 and a boy who claimed to be 15 talked me into going to his house. I had shitty self-esteem, and was happy to have the attention. I went to his house, and it turned out that he was 18 and pretty much a child molester. Thankfully his mother came home, and gave me an opportunity to run up the basement stairs and run home and escape. He actually shittily tied me up, and I managed to get out without making it like I escaped. I'm not sure if the mom knew what he'd been up to at that moment, but a few weeks later, there was a newspaper article about him and his molester actions. Edit, had to fix some grammar. Not really missing I guess, but I gave my family a bit of a scare when I was a kid. I was about 5 or 6 years old. My family was having a family reunion at some camp in the middle of nowhere. We had never gone to this camp, so we weren't really familiar with it or anything. My whole family was swimming, and my mom called me over to tell me she had to run to the cabin for a little while, and that my uncle will watch me. His boys were about my age. I said cool, and went back to swimming. Like 4 hours passed, and I got bored as shit. I want to go back to the cabin and take a nap, so I tell my uncle my plans. He was apparently really involved in some adult conversation and didn't pay attention to what I said, so I got an okay and walked in the general direction of the cabins. I walk for an hour and realize I don't recognize where I'm going. I walk for another hour, like a dumbass, and it's starting to get dark. The road is changing from a wide gravel road to a rocky narrow road that obviously wasn't very heavily maintained. Right when I started to cry at the thought of spending the night in the woods, several cars filled with my family members come barreling down the road towards me, with 2 park rangers in a jeep behind them. I walked 2 hours in the complete wrong direction. The cabin was maybe a 20-minute walk from the pool, but I was playing my Gamma Boy on the way, so I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings. From then on my mom made me pay attention to landmarks while I was in the car, warn several adults before I go anywhere, and be less of a dipshit when I'm in unfamiliar surroundings. The lesson stuck. TLDR got lost for a couple of hours, probably got my uncle yelled at, made my family think I was dumb. I was a missing/runaway child at one point. I was 15 or 16, if I remember correctly. Had an older boyfriend who I went to spend a Friday evening with. Things were fine, we had a plan for the day and evening, and how to get me home, but as I had an unlimited use monthly pass for school, we ended up hanging out at one of his really good friend's house, when I started feeling sick. After I started praying to the porcelain god, and throwing up all remnants of our dinner did I realize something really bad. I didn't have my cell phone, and where I was at didn't have a working home phone. I had no way to call my parents to pick me up, and I was in no shape to get on a bus to travel cross town. Before I knew it, it was after midnight and the buses had stopped running. We thought we could call a cab. Oh right, no phone, so I ended up staying the night curled up in their bathtub. I was so sick. Figured I'd get up early the next morning and go home and sneak in bed as if nothing had happened. As it happened, I continued to be sick well into the next day. I was gone a full 24 hours with no contact to my parents, and they called the cops after they woke up that morning to me not being home. Full investigation. Trace my cell phone, the whole bit. Called all my friends/contacts in my phone. Everyone they knew on Facebook had contact with me, the whole bit. They tore my room apart seeing if there was evidence that I had full blown run away somewhere. I came home and was surrounded by cops in about 2 seconds of coming within sight of my house. A moment after that, my mom came hurtling out of the house in full blown hysterical crying and tackled me to the ground in a hug. Cue 4 hours of interrogation from my parents, aunts, uncles, grandparents, and one complete cunt of a policewoman. I know she was doing her job, but seriously, she was a total beach. Was not a fun weekend. Went around like wildfire at my part-time job and school, that at the drop of a hat I might run away. Teenager me was not bright. I lived on campus sophomore year of college with my then boyfriend's dorm across the street from mine. We were having trust issues at the time, but I still insisted that he come with me to a small party with a bunch of dudes who were my friends that he didn't really know that well, one of which I made out with. I told him about it, and he was still upset about it. I honestly should not have gone to the party in the first place. Anyway, we get there, everything's fine. I bring my girlfriends with me to hang out with. I take a bunch of shots, and so does the boyfriend. We got pretty faked up, so we decide to call it a night. We decide to walk back to his dorm, and I didn't know what all happened until the next morning. I woke up to then boyfriend with the most guilty look on his face. He told me what happened. He blacked out after he took me to his room. I passed the fuck out. He left, drunkenly stumbled back to the dorm where the party was at. The guys who threw the party were outside, and he started yelling at them, wondering where I was, accusing them of hiding me in their room. They told him they last saw me with him. He went to my room and banged on the door yelling, "That bitch. Where is she?" My roommate never saw him acting that way and was really freaked out. She calmed him down, and they called the campus police and reported me missing. All the while I was sleeping soundly in his bed. I'm sorry I'm a little late, but my story is still great. It all started when I was grounded for being arrested as a teen from a drunken night. As a result, I was grounded by my rents and not allowed to go on shooters, which I believe is the Australian equivalent of spring break. So it sucked. I was looking forward to it for the whole year and everything was already booked. But I also had another mate who didn't book in time and everywhere was sold out. So I told him he could have my plane tickets and accommodation. Now the day before I leave, I find out that it was actually more expensive for him to change the names of the flight tickets opposed to just purchasing new ones. So I quickly raided my coin vault and collected $60, packed my bags, and organized my mate's dad to pick me up around the corner of my house. I woke up early, snuck out, and even put pillows under my bed to give the illusion I was still sleeping, and turned off my phone. Off to the airport I go, and once I arrived in Queensland I turned on my phone and informed my parents that I was in Queensland and won't be back for a week, blah blah blah. They were furious of course, and decided to call the police and say I was missing, which was quite smart on their behalf, as it meant if I got in trouble or even questioned by the police, they would have noticed I was missing and sent straight back to Sydney. Luckily, the few altercations with police, they simply told me to empty my alcohol and that was it, and I had an unbelievable time and managed to make the $60 go very far. Another story, got home and got grounded for a long time, but in the end definitely worth it. I was 7 and was missing for maybe like 2 hours. My mom always worked really late and my dad worked out of town a lot, and I had a toddler brother, so I went to after school care. I was basically always the last one to be picked up, and sometimes it would be even after the janitors locked up, and my teacher would end up sitting with me outside waiting for my mom. Well, we got a new teacher, a young guy probably in his mid-20s. He didn't know about the janitors lock the door, so you have to wait outside rule, and I was too busy playing Super Mario Bros. 3 without any of the other stupid kids around to tell him. So at like 8 PM he says, "Wow, your parents are really late. Do you know your phone number so we can call them?" "Oh, you are supposed to take me outside to wait at 5:30 because sometimes my mom is late." He rushes outside with me in tow, and 5 minutes later the police show up with my mom, and she runs out and grabs me and starts yelling at him. They carried him off in the back of the cop car and followed my mom and me home. I was so scared and started crying because my mom was crying and clearly upset. So they thought he had molested me or something and brought in a blonde, Barbie looking lady cop, and I had to show her on a doll where he touched me, which he didn't, and I said as much multiple times. I knew about stranger danger and that I definitely shouldn't lie about it. I told the truth, that we literally just played Super Mario Brothers, and he told me knock knock jokes for 2 hours. I just kept telling the cops I'm sorry I played Mario for so long, and please don't take Mr. So-and-so to jail. A couple days later he was back as the after school teacher and my mom apologized to everyone. He just laughed it off and said he understood. I actually still feel really bad for him 20 something years later. Mom was never late to pick me up again though. Edit 3. Jesus. Things. Sadly, I was a weird kid. I also stabbed each of my eyes and cut my corneas by accident, one with a Twizzler and the other a paper cut with a market day form. 1. When I was a kid, my friend's mom missed our exit to school, so she asked us if we wanted to go to Hocking Hills, a state park in Ohio. We were going down a path with her and his sister for who knows how long, probably only a half hour, when his little sister, who was only 3 to 4, got tired. Her mom decided that she would walk back to the car and that she would drive to whatever the attraction was and meet us there. We were probably no older than 7. Yeah. I remember talking about the Super Nintendo that I had just got the year before, and the next thing we knew we were at the end of the path, except it was a cliff. Looking back, I'm sure the path just curved or something, but we didn't know what we did, and the path wasn't directly under our feet, so we just picked a direction and started walking. A few hours later we make it to an opening where people were parked in motorhomes, and we asked them where the entrance was, and they informed us that we were like 10 miles away from it. We started walking where they said, and we eventually made it back as the sun was going down. She was at a picnic table crying and talking to police officers. I've never seen someone so happy to see her kid and his friend. The crazy thing that I just realized is, why didn't the people at the motorhome area offer to, drive us? 2. I fell asleep on the bus in kindergarten and ended up waking up at like 1 p.m. I woke up, walked off the bus, and I was suddenly in a locked bus parking lot. It was really surreal for me at that age, because there were just buses everywhere. I eventually found a small little building and walked in. You should have seen the look on their face. I'm lost. I fell asleep on the bus. My bus driver was right there and very nicely and quickly drove me to my class, which was being let out, or close to it, since kindergarten was only a half day. I just remember being excited I got a sucker, but my mom was absolutely terrified. 3. I just remembered another time where the same mom from the first story took me to the grocery and didn't tell my mom that we were going there. My mom was routinely calling their house to tell me to come home from dinner, but my friend's brother, who answered the phone, claimed I wasn't there and got the confirmation from his dad. They were watching TV when I left and must have not noticed. Anyway, I got home and my mom yelled at me for some reason. I guess looking back she was probably just upset at the situation. 4. Finally, I may be confusing the missing of the exit from story 1 with another story. I think now that we planned that trip, but it doesn't make the rest any different. Regardless, we definitely did miss the exit once, same mom, and end up going to her work for a few hours, and raced wheelchairs. Come to think of it, what the fuck was wrong with her? I was 15, I think, and couldn't take my parents anymore. So original, so I ran away. I lived in a suburban city by New Orleans, so I figured New Orleans would be the place to be as a runaway homeless kid. I had a lot packed. Survival stuff, first aid, peanut butter, bread, water bottles. But I wasn't sure how to get there, so I tried to head there. My first day traveling, I couldn't get a ride with hitchhiking. I didn't want my friends to know where I was, so I wouldn't ask anyone for a ride like that. So I spent the first night in the woods. Got bit by a spider. A lot of mosquitoes. It was a crappy night. Next day, I catch a guy who's driving out just outside the city, so I ride with him, and he tells me he's stopping at a restaurant and that'd be the closest to the city he was driving. So I hop off. When we pull up and start walking, shortly after, a cop flashes his lights and tries to stop me, seeing as how it's past curfew, and I'm suspiciously walking near a highway. So I run. I'd been practicing parkour for about 2 years at the time, so I figure I'd better run away from the road toward all the stores/gas stations. I remembered seeing 2 other cop cars trying to find me after I'd gotten over a chain link fence. Then they got out and searched for me on foot, but I was on the roof of a Shell station. Before that hour was up, there was about 10 cops looking for me while I was just chilling on the roof, which is walled off, so they couldn't see me unless they got up there themselves, or if I peeked over too long. I spent the night on there. The humming of the account was relaxing, but loud. The next day I got to New Orleans. I made camp on top of an apartment complex for the next 3 days, until it rained. I tried finding shelter elsewhere, but this is how I realized this was not the place to be as a homeless kid. If I were 30 and an alcoholic, maybe. But I wasn't ready for this. So I stopped some tourists on the streets and asked if I could borrow their phone to call my parents. When they were on the phone, they were crying, but when they picked me up, they quickly went sour. I remember not feeling bad for leaving. They were mean about it, understandably, but I didn't care. As a 5-year-old, I used to play hide and seek with the grandchildren of an elderly neighbor when they called to visit her. One day, I got a great hiding place into my head. The estate where I lived was semicircular in shape and consisted of 20 or so semi-detached houses. I decided anyway that I'd go into the back garden of one such house and hide behind the shed in the dense bushes there. Absolutely delighted with my hiding place, I set up camp there waiting to be found. Unfortunately, the boy I was playing with had been unable to find me and eventually had to go home when his parents were leaving his grandmother's. Oblivious to him giving up and leaving, I stayed behind that shed for hours. After not being seen for a few hours, my parents became concerned and checked with all the neighbors. When no one had seen me, the neighborhood went into missing child mode with the cops called and all the neighbors out shouting my name and looking everywhere for me. From my hiding place, I could just about make out repetitive shouting, so I came out a bit to see what all the commotion was about. Turns out it was me. I'd been hiding in that bush for something like 5 hours because the grandchild had left 3 hours before I was found, and he had spent ages looking for me and ate dinner before leaving. I had no idea of the time that had passed. TLDR, I was the under 6 hide and seek world champion. Okay, let me start off with apologizing in advance for my bad grammar. So I was 15 years old and had just met this girl, let's call her Jenna, through a friend, let's call him Dew. Dew was a tad older than, would have to say around the age of 20 or so. Anyways, he had met her during an AA meeting which I had previously did not know. Well, Dew and I and a couple other buddies along with Jenna were hanging out, having a grand old time, all the while me and Jenna kind of hit it off. So later that night everyone part ways and went home, but before she left I was able to smooth talk my way into getting her number. Well, next morning I sent her a text, and for the rest of that day we were just flirting, talking about boring BS. Well, the morning after all of that, I get a call from her. It must have been around 5-5:30ish in the morning. She asked if she could come over and hang out. Me being the horny teenager agreed in a heartbeat. She was dropped off at my house by a friend of hers. We pretty much just hung out all day, rented movies and just lounged around cuddling. At some points during the day things got pretty intimate, just making out playing around with each other, but never went all the way in fear of my parent right above me. As the day drew to an end, I did not want to leave her side, and to my belief she didn't either. She asked me if I wanted to come to her place and spend the night, and that her mom wasn't going to be home. I agreed, but I knew my parents wouldn't. So, I told them that a buddy of mine was going to pick her and I up so we can drop her off at home and stay the night at his house. They agreed. So my buddy arrives and asks where he's headed to. Needless to say she lived in the bad part of town. So, we are about to turn onto her street when Jenna says no. Stop at that liquor store, I need to pick something up. So we did. She walks in and comes out 5 minuets later with a fifth of cheap 5-star whiskey. So, I've never drank before, so I was a bit nervous. As she gets into the car I ask how in the hell did you pull off getting booze when you're 17? She shrugged it off stating she had some bum buy it for her. Well, my budgie pulls into her driveway and drops us both off. He drives off and we both head into her house. This is where things get interesting. She goes to the fridge and grabs 2 Mountain Dews and hand me one. She then cracks open the fifth, takes a big gulp and hands me the bottle. So, I followed. After a while of drinking and us getting wasted, we head to bedroom. Oh, this would be a good time to state I was a virgin. So, I'm drunk about to lose my virginity. I'm excited. Needless to say, it went down. Well, next morning I wake to her shaking me yelling her mom's home. We have to leave now. I get up, put my cloth on and run out the back door with her. So now we're in the hood walking down the street and I ask her, so what now? She claimed to have a friend she knew who lived down the street. I was pretty content with that answer. So we get there, hang out with this shady dude for the rest of the day. But later that night I had forgotten I had turned my phone off the night before. So I turn it on to see what's up. I must have had 100 plus missed calls and countless voicemails. Then I thought to myself, oh shit, my parents. Being scared of their reaction, I turned it back off. Don't ask why. We ended up staying the night at this guy's house that I didn't even know. Next day I knew I had to come up with a plan to get back home. But before that, Jenna said she had to go home. The random dude whose house we crashed at offered a ride to me. I agreed in a heartbeat, but I couldn't go home. No. Did not want to confront my parent after what I had done. So quickly I thought, well, my grandmother's house isn't too far off from here, and she's a sweetheart and would understand. So me and this total stranger hoped into his candy red, slammed to the ground S10, thought it was the coolest thing ever. So we start heading down the street and halfway down the block we pass a car. But just not any car, it was my mother and aunt. We locked eyes so hard. So we pull over, and I switch cars. So we headed back to Jenna's house to talk to her mother. Well, she'd hit the fan. Well, long story short, she was 21 with a boyfriend who threatened to beat my ass when he saw me. That was before he found out I was only 15. To make the situation worse, she turned out to be a drug addict, would rather not say which one. Sorries were said, then we left. But out this situation, what shocked me the most was how did my mother find me? I was just amazed. Ended up being that she had called you and had asked about where this girl lives. He didn't know. So she then called my buddy's mother that had dropped me off, and he told her where the house was. To this day I still think this was one of the best times in my life. Again, sorry for the bad grammar, and thank you for your time reading this. TLDR, ran away at 15 for 2.5 days, had my first alcoholic beverage, lost my virginity, rode in a sweet pimped out S10. I went missing for a night from my sister's friend's wedding. It was at their family's ranch, and they have a lot of land. I had recently turned 18 and my sister wanted me to drink as I was staying the night there in a cabin they had built. I had previous arrangements, so I didn't attend the actual wedding. It was a last minute invite to only the party, so I didn't show up until later. I was handed drink after drink, very strong drinks, especially for me at 18, who had drank only 2 times before, and was told to catch up. I found out that night that I'm prone to blackouts. The last thing I remember was needing to go to the bathroom, and I head to the creek that flows through the property where all the other men have been pissing. I think at this point I went about 50 feet around the bend of the creek and passed out. I vaguely remember being by myself and having a hard time standing up. The next thing I remember is I wake up in the bed I was supposed to be in, asleep in the cabin. I groggily put on my clothes. I was in boxers only, and realized my pants were wet. I check my phone to 50 missed calls, and about the same amount of texts. Apparently my sister went looking for me with a group of about 20, and could not find me. I quickly call her, and ask why she blew up my phone. I hear an exasperated sigh, because I don't think she slept, and it was now 9 AM. TLDR, blacked out at a wedding, had a search party look for me, and then woke up where I was supposed to, unbeknownst to anyone. Went on a foreign exchange trip when I was 16 to France. We went to the Louvre early in the day, I think it was right around the time they opened. When we got inside, a female friend of mine and I wanted to see the Mona Lisa up close, but there was a big line/crowd at it. So we waited in line and worked our way up to see it. By the time we got to see the painting, our group had moved on, but we had no idea, so we attempted to catch up with them with no avail. We spent the next 8 hours trying to find them, or use our broken French to ask for help and explain we were lost. The first few hours we spent sitting in a room looking at Venus de Milo and Winged Victory, because we were previously instructed to stay put if we got lost. After several failed attempts to get the museum staff to help us, we decided to wander. We explored every nook and cranny of the place, saw art from every age and corner of the world, Finally we decided to head to the front desk and ask for help. Thus was about 5 hours in. When we got there we tried to explain what had happened and see if anyone was looking for us. They dismissed us and told us to go wait in the nearby lounge area. Another 2 hours passes and we go check in with the front desk. I was a new crew and they had no idea that we were even there. In the end we got picked up by our sponsors and scolded harshly. Turns out they had been checking in at the front desk every hour to see if we had turned up. After the first few hours they assumed my friend and I had snuck off to have sex, the whole teenagers in France thing, and would turn up when we were. TLDR, I got lost at the Louvre for nearly 8 hours. I was 11 and went missing during a school sporting event trip in another state for a few hours. It was 2001 and I was in Eastern Pennsylvania at Lafayette College for a sporting event called the Olympics, which was for kids who went to residential schools, like a private school in the sense that you live there year round. It was day 3 and I was really tired after competing in the events, basketball, track, and field. ECT point is taxing on an 11-year-old. One of the coaches knocks on my dorm room at like 5 AM and asks me if I want to go with some of the other students to the mess hall to grab a quick breakfast then hit the pool to swim for a bit. Being the youngest kid in the group who got to compete, I naturally didn't want to miss an opportunity to hang out with the older kids, so I obliged. After eating a massive breakfast I decided I'd go sit down on one of the arch-shaped benches on the far side of the mess hall and rest while my teammates finished eating. You couldn't really see me sitting on the bench since I was like 4 feet 9 inches, so when I ended up laying down and falling asleep I was impossible to see. The bench was situated in a spot that nobody walked, so I wasn't disturbed until I woke up to another team chanting some cheer at like 8 AM. I stood up, went to the mess hall, grabbed a glass of water, and started looking for my team. They were nowhere to be found, so I walked back to the dorm building and was met by my coaches/chaperones, campus security, some official from the college, 2 uniformed police officers, a relieved group of my students/student volunteers. They thought I had been kidnapped or something, and it was especially stressful for them since I was 11, the youngest person on the trip, and our school was in Westminster, Vermont. Everyone was paranoid with good reason, I guess. After being yelled at/questioned, I was forced to stay with an adult for the remainder of the trip unless I was competing in an event. I got to visit the Milton Hershey School and play basketball with some of the students, then go to an amusement park after. That was pretty cool. TLDR, fell asleep, was assumed kidnapped, got to go to amusement park. I was reported missing when I was about 8 or 9 years old. I was out with my sister and my aunt, who basically wishes we were her kids, and tried very hard to get custody of my siblings and I. A few years after this incident, my sister and I spent most of our time at our grandparents' house, while my mom and dad worked full-time in order to support her family, with neither of them having a post-secondary education. That particular morning my aunt decided to take us shopping, but neglected to tell either my parents or grandparents that she was taking us out. And after shopping we went for haircuts, and then to McDonald's, and then to Chuck E. Cheese. We spent about 7 or 8 hours out and about while my parents and grandparents tore their hair out wondering where we were. So when we got back to my grandparents' house at 9 PM or so, we find the police outside the house as well as my parents and grandparents freaking out. My parents then took us, and we were never again sent over to spend time with my grandparents. The worst part is my aunt's motivation. My aunt is a paranoid schizophrenic from a very traditional Korean household. When she began exhibiting symptoms, my grandparents either didn't know what to do or didn't want to do anything about it for fear of looking worse than the other Korean families, so she received no help until she hitchhiked from our city to Ottawa to visit the Prime Minister because she believed he was sending electrical shocks through our water and wiring in an attempt to kill her. After that she was hospitalized, but was never given an official diagnosis, never had a psych assigned to her, etc. So why she kidnapped us is because she hallucinated that our parents were mistreating us, and she had to step up in order to provide what she thought our lives were missing, which meant clothes shopping, fast food and Chuck E. Cheese. My mom hates her because of what she did, but looking back it just makes me sad. Okay, this happened when I was 6 years old. I was still recently new to the US. My mom had just managed to afford my flight ticket about 2 weeks prior. I didn't know any English, and I barely knew the town. My mother took me shopping with my uncle and my younger sister. We went to Broad Street, an area full of stores, and parked the car inside a parking lot building. Well, when we were moving from one store to another, I decided to go back quickly to get my mom, who had stayed behind to pay. Unfortunately, I passed her without knowing, and when I didn't see her, I turned around and went back. Except, she was not there and neither was my uncle. I started to panic, but after realizing they were not inside either store, I made a decision. I decided to go to the parking lot, where we had parked my uncle's car. As a kid I thought, they can't leave without the car and they'll have to come back here. I waited for about 2 hours, next to my uncle's car. You can imagine the mayhem outside of that parking lot building. Every store had been shut down, and the police was everywhere. The police station was only 2 blocks away from Broad Street. My uncle eventually got the idea of checking the parking lot building, and to behold he found me. I was never really scared, or in a panic. My mom was hysterical and the police just made sure I was fine. Sorry if I made too many errors. It's late and I used my iPhone, but I never really got the chance to share this on Reddit. Also not a true missing persons case, but it was a minor kidnapping. My mom was a bipolar alcoholic and pretty violent towards my father. One day after a fight the prior night she played hooky with me, taking me out of school and just driving around with me. I was about 7 at the time. I remember going to a creek for a bit, where my mom sat on the shore and drank while I played with some other kids at the creek. Apparently mom got belligerent with the other parents and they all asked her to leave so we left and ended up in a sleazy motel. Mom called my dad at one point while I was watching cartoons. There was a bunch of yelling and she stormed out. And I was left there, alone and in a strange place. After about an hour I realized she wasn't coming back and called home. Dad was relieved and asked me where I was. At this point I freak out, because I don't know, but I remembered mom saying something about Iowa earlier, so I said Iowa. Dad freaked out cause that's several states away from home, so he asked for more info, if I could see anything out the window, etc. I told him the name of the hotel and he knew which one it was, since it has a big gaudy sign you can see from the highway. Really I was only about 40 minutes from home, but we'd been just driving around most of the day, so I had no idea, and we'd never been to this part of town before, so I didn't recognize it. Dad came and got me, and we stayed at my grandma's house for a few days. Mom took me out on hooky several more times but none so severe as that. Fun fact, a few years ago was the first time I went to that part of town again, riding in the car with some buddies. I saw the hotel sign and just froze up. Honestly I'd never been told we hadn't gone to Iowa, and a lot of my memories have corroded from those days. Too frightening for my young mind to hold on to properly. So it was really surreal seeing that sign and finding out my mom had kidnapped me one town over, not several states over. I have a couple of stories about wandering off and being thought missing by my parents. Probably the scariest for them was when I was about 4, 1997, and on holiday with them in Crete. We were having dinner in a restaurant, and I was wandering around the place as kids tend to do. My parents had their eye on the door so assumed everything would be okay. However they didn't realize that there was in fact a second door to the restaurant, which I of course had walked out of. 10 or 15 minutes pass until they realize I've disappeared, and as parents are so likely to do they freak out. I was lucky in that an English couple who lived there had found me, though when asked where my parents were had pointed them in completely the wrong direction. I don't think the whole escapade lasted very long, and I have no recollection of the incident, but my mum told me later that she was utterly terrified as not that long before a young boy had been abducted on another of the Greek Isles. The other time that stands out to me was when I was about 16 and hanging out at the local park one evening with some friends and skipped my curfew of 11 PM. Stupidly I thought my parents wouldn't be that worried or annoyed, they could be surprisingly liberal at times, and switched off my phone to avoid calls. When I returned with a friend who'd asked to stay over my mum flipped the F out and had apparently been on the phone to the local police. We lived in a smallish town of a couple thousand residents in a fairly affluent part of England, and screamed at my friend and myself before driving my friend home. I thought she overreacted at the time, but as I get older I can kind of see how she would have felt, not knowing where her teenage daughter was. I was reported missing once. I remember it being a weekend, because I just slept in longer than usual. I remember I kept just going back to sleep, and at that time I had basically been living on the couch and refusing to sleep in my room as I had brought my computer out due to the heat. On one of the points, when I was half asleep and ready to get back to sleep, my sister and her boyfriend left the house and I hazily remember them being approached by a firefighter right outside the door. I just kept sleeping. After a few more hours I thought it was a great time to wake up, brush my teeth, and get some red eating done. Everything was weird, my hands smelled weird and everything seemed so hazy. I thought I was just feeling odd from the long sleep. I brushed it all off until I got a phone call from the chief of the fire brigade telling me I've been missing for a whole day. There'd been a gas leak earlier in the day and everyone in my street had been evacuated and told to leave their premises. I slept through it all, and my mum had reported me missing. The fire brigade then told me they were sending in my mother to get me. I was 18 and the whole neighborhood cheered my mother as she walked me out of the street. Not really serious, but it was a weird experience, knowing I slept through a gas leak, and after I had left the street, some people were taken out in ambulances due to passing out. When I was 7, I went to a tiny school in Irvine, California, where my mother taught preschool. This was in the early 90s, and the school was in a part of Irvine that was bizarrely rural for Southern California, like herds of cows rural. Anyhow, because my mom taught there, we stayed after school until about 6 p.m. or so, and on that particular day my mother had warned me I'd better be ready to go at the car by 6 or she would leave me. I'm chronically forgetful, and she was tired of getting home past 7 every night because I forgot my books or whatever. So, I'm at the car by 6, but forgot my backpack. I run back to get it, and on my way back to the parking lot, I see her leaving. She was serious. What am I to do? Well, I decided to walk home from Bonita Canyon Doctor to the Tustin Air Station by myself at night. It was roughly an 8-mile walk, and 10 minutes in I saw a car that looked just like ours drive by, but no, that can't be. They said they'd leave me. So, I kept walking. My mother had actually driven away, turned around and came right back to teach me a lesson. That lesson turned into a 2-hour nightmare drama for her, as everyone in our church fanned out to look for me. The police were called, all while I blithely walked past Irvine, waiting obediently at crosswalks and so forth. I'd made it almost 2 miles when a car pulled up next to me and someone started calling my name. I totally ignored them, stranger, until they got out of the car and I saw it was some random person from my church. Confused, I initially declined the ride, but eventually hopped in and was met by my mother, my father, half the church and several police officers. My mother learned to never issue threats I would take completely literally, and I got to go to Del Taco for dinner with my dad as my mother was too freaked out by the whole thing to speak to me just yet. Pretty lame by the standards of some of the stories here, but about 20 to 25 years ago I was missing for a few hours. My dad was an alcoholic and I would often be brought to the bar. This time the whole family had gone, and my mother got fed up and left with my sister. I felt wrong about staying, but I was 6/7 and liked getting a glass of Coke and a bag of crisps, and the walk home, probably an hour, was not something I particularly wanted to do. After finishing my bottle in roughly 5 minutes, I got bored waiting for my dad to finish his inexplicably longer to finish drink, so I went to the area with table football and met a boy of a similar age from another country, and we got on well. After a while the parents of the boy offered to get me lunch elsewhere. I don't really know how this was proposed tbh, but he let them leave with me. At the time I obviously didn't care, but in hindsight it's a bit jarring. After some amount of time my mother returned to the bar, possibly for house keys, and asked where I was, and my dad just shrugged. So she proceeded to walk up and down this relatively small seaside town, entering everywhere looking for me. Eventually she found me in a hotel dining area asking, Can I not finish this milkshake? Not one of my fonder childhood memories, needless to say. Hopefully someone sees this. When I was like 3, I was old enough to run around the house unsupervised, for the most part. My mom realized that she hadn't heard me make noise for a while. She started looking for me in my room, in my brother's rooms, outside, etc. She called her best friends who owned a shop right down the street from her house, so she thought maybe I walked over there. I lived in a small town at this time, no luck. She freaks the fuck out. It's important to keep in mind that there have been a string of kidnappings in the area, so my mom losing her shit was more than understandable. She calls the cops. My dad from work, almost an hour away. She goes and picks up my brothers from school, walking distance. The neighbors are losing their shit looking for me too. I was super small for my age, and I had heart surgery the year before, so everyone thought I was highly breakable. Anyways, my oldest brother gets home and goes directly to his room. He had a bunk bed and he basically slept in the top bunk and used the bottom one during the day. He climbs the steps to the top bunk to make the bed. You know how there's a gap between the bed and the wall? That's where I was. I fell asleep on my brother's bed and the covers kept my mom from seeing me. My brother screamed for my mom and he carried me off the bed. I heard that when she saw me half asleep and not knowing what was going on, she passed out. It's a fun little story and one of my favorites. It kind of sucks I don't remember any of it happening. Oh lord. Okay, so here goes. I almost want to use a throwaway for this, but what the fuck. To this day, I still don't know exactly what happened, and by now I stopped asking, or I would drive myself mad. I don't know if it was the drugs, a psychotic breakdown, or if I was somehow possessed by who knows what. Luckily I'm drunk enough to spill my guts to you people tonight. It was the summer of 2012, and I went missing twice in a row. Now for some background. I was just out of college, an activist very active in Cop Watch and Occupy Riverside, and living in a co-op with some friends. I was also getting way too deep into the paranormal crap, you know, Ouija boards, photography, mediums, all that bullshit. But at the time I believed it. Also, a few days before I took off I did a very heavy dose of mescaline. Talked to God, saw devils, made energy balls, everything crazy girls do on hallucinogens. Anyways, where do I start? I guess I started thinking I was talking to God, and he was telling me where to go, and what to do. It told me to start walking, so I did. It told me to take off my shoes, so I did, and I was convinced that by touching people, I was healing them of the coming zombie apocalypse that was about to happen. So I go for a long walk. No wait, actually I started on my bike. I start riding around Riverside touching everyone I saw acting like a freak. Then I come to a group of gangster looking guys who had been infected with the zombie disease, though they didn't know it. I get off the bike, walk up to them, and one grabs me. He holds me tight, and when he lets go, I turn around, and my bike was gone. It's fine though. I was doing God's work, you know. This continues all day. Little did I know that the person I was with when I took off let everyone know I was gone, and the kids from Occupy Riverside have been riding around trying to find me. Now, here's where things start to get really weird. I wandered into a nice apartment complex and was still touching people. Of course they freaked. There was a weirdo touching their kids and running away. The cops got called. I thought they were trying to kill me, so I hide from them. The chopper comes out, and it's flying around looking for me. I take refuge behind this carport and wait for the person who was supposed to come find me. My friends somehow find me. I guess they saw the chopper and realized what was going on, so they walk me out of danger. I find myself in the hospital for a week, pretending to get better when in fact I was getting worse. By now I was convinced that I had the second coming of Christ in my stomach and was going to begin the anarchist revolution and save the world. But I'd pretend, so they let me out. The night I get out I again take off like God tells me. This time I'm gone for days. When people realized what happened there was a huge panic. All my friends went crazy and contacted almost every Occupy movement in the state, convinced that I would show up to a meeting. There was a Facebook page called Jack's Attacks is Missing or something like that. There were posters all over Riverside with my face on them. People freaked out. I was convinced that I was supposed to get to the bay to meet the supposed love of my life, fly to France, and begin the movement that would change the world. I drove my car up to Richmond, calendared it at some church, then got out and walked to San Francisco. Along the way, all of my possessions were either lost or stolen and I was wrapped several times. I wander around the city for a few days, people taking advantage of me with every chance they get in every way possible. By now, they found my car and knew I was in the Bay Area, and the police had been notified. Nobody I met helped. They just laughed at the crazy girl or took advantage of me. This is the reason I lost my faith in humanity and am now a crappy activist. I learned that most people are just mean and uncaring. Finally, someone reported me to the cops and they come, realize I was the missing girl, and call my dad and best friend who have been frantically looking for me around SF. They come get me and take me back to Riverside, put me back in the hospital for a few weeks and I begin to come back to my sane mental state. They tell me it was schizophrenia, but I've never had an episode before or since. Like I said, no idea what happened to me during these few weeks. I hate thinking about it. Afterwards, I fell into a deep depression that I only began to come out of when I started getting closer to my now-so, the guy who found me in the apartment complex. It was years ago, but it still haunts me. Probably going to get downvoted to hell and made fun of for this, but what the hell? It happened. And it sucked. But now it's over and gone, along with my faith in humanity. This wasn't me, but it happened while I was babysitting. I had 3 children ages 5, 6, and 7 in the house, and agreed to play hide and seek. The kids knew the rules, inside and outside, but stay on their property. This was in a small town, and in a good area. Kids run free all the time, and I was actually a little strict on them. I found 2 of them easily, and then had no luck with the third, the 5-year-old. We looked for about an hour, when I sent the girls to ask the people next door. They came out and looked for her, and before I knew it everyone on the street was looking for her. It had been about 2 hours. I had called her grandparents who lives closed and had come over to help but we decided to call her mother. Her mother came home from work, and when she heard the news started looking too. After about a half an hour we decided to call the police. We went to the mother's room to call, and while I was getting the phone the mother collapsed on the bed crying and noticed something funny. The little girl came out of the massive throw pillows the mother had on the bed. She'd somehow made it under the covers and placed them back perfectly. She fell asleep under there and woke up when her mother fell on her. She had been awake when I first checked, but was playing the game really damn well. Well, that was the shittiest day of my teenage life. Never let that little faker play hide and seek ever again. When I was 3 years old I escaped from daycare. I was an only child living with my parents on a college campus where my dad worked. Across the street from my parents' apartment on campus was a daycare facility for students and faculty. This daycare was where I spent my time while my parents were at work. One day I must have gotten the urge to run free because I broke out. According to the people who worked there I must have followed some parent out of the building without them knowing and snuck off and ran away. After a short while my dad, working nearby on campus, was notified that I had seemed to have gone missing. He freaked the fuck out and looked everywhere for me. He was the head of the work study department at a school where work study is mandatory for all students, and had lots of his students start looking for me too. He checked all of the buildings on campus, including our apartment there across the street trying to find me with no luck. After some while, read 2 hours, my dad was certain something terrible must have happened to me. As a last-ditch effort he started checking places he knew that I wasn't in, like our apartment, where I was. He walked into the apartment and thoroughly checked every room, as opposed to just yelling my name and quickly scanning the rooms to find me asleep in my parents' bed. I went straight from the daycare across the street, up the stairs, and to our apartment, where the door was unlocked, due to who knows why, and just straight went to bed. My parents have told this story at least 100 times in my presence in my lifetime, and I still can't tell it worth a damn. Some of us just aren't storytellers. TLDR, I ran away from daycare to take a nap at my house. When I was 3 years old I escaped from daycare. I was an only child living with my parents on a college campus where my dad worked. Across the street from my parents' apartment on campus was a daycare facility for students and faculty. This daycare was where I spent my time while my parents were at work. One day I must have gotten the urge to run free because I broke out. According to the people who worked there, I must have followed some parent out of the building without them knowing and snuck off and ran away. After a short while my dad, working nearby on campus, was notified that I had seemed to have gone missing. He freaked the fuck out and looked everywhere for me. He was the head of the work study department at a school where work study is mandatory for all students, and had lots of his students start looking for me too. He checked all of the buildings on campus, including our apartment there across the street, trying to find me with no luck. After some while, read 2 hours, my dad was certain something terrible must have happened to me. As a last-ditch effort he started checking places he knew that I wasn't in, like our apartment, where I was. He walked into the apartment and thoroughly checked every room, as opposed to just yelling my name and quickly scanning the rooms to find me asleep in my parents' bed. I went straight from the daycare across the street, up the stairs, and to our apartment, where the door was unlocked, due to who knows why, and just straight went to bed. My parents have told this story at least 100 times in my presence in my lifetime, and I still can't tell it worth a damn. Some of us just aren't storytellers. TLDR, I ran away from daycare to take a nap at my house. I was like 3 years old and had always been a huge prankster. Carved my sister's name into tables so she'd get in trouble. Here's her favorite stuffed animals, ECT. I decided to take it a step further and his behind the couch. This couch was all the way against the wall, but had a curved back. I could comfortably sit back there and nobody would be able to see me, unless they deliberately crawled past this antique sewing machine and peered back there, but nobody knew I went back there a lot, so I guess it didn't cross their mind. So, I decide to crawl back there. My parents after however long realize I'm missing, so they start asking my neighbors who all had kids my age I would play with. This was early 90s, so people weren't as scared I guess. We lived in a small town. Everyone knew everyone. All kids basically were allowed to just roam around. When they realized I wasn't at anyone's house, I wasn't down at the pond in the forest I would catch frogs at, and I wasn't returning, when they called my name, they freaked the fuck out. They called the police. They called my grandparents to come watch my siblings while they looked for me. Neighbors looked for me. I was hiding behind the faking couch the whole time waiting for the most opportune moment. Finally, someone comes back inside, and I jump out from behind the couch and shout "Tardier." This was the only time I was ever actually spanked hard, but my god did I learn the lesson. The most upsetting part was I had to go and talk to a policeman in private because they wanted a statement saying my parents weren't like bad people I was trying to hide from, which was terrifying as a little kid. I finally get to tell my childhood story. Yep, so I'm about 4 or so. My brother is 6. My dad dropped us off at my grandmother's as usual in town before he drove off to work truck driving. Well, this particular day, my grandmother had gone up to the store and my dad never checked to see if she was there. So here we are, standing at my grandmother's door, no one home. My brother gets the genius idea to go try and track down my dad, or at least someone we know at the local high school who is our babysitter. We go walking down US 1 in my small town in Florida. No one stops at all. We got all the way to nearly there, and a bus driver finds us, picks us up, takes us to the high school. Well, she's not there. Police picked us up. They got us free shakes and my brother spilt his on the officer's case files. By now, my grandmother is calling my mom in a panic because we are not there. We get taken back to her house and she's relieved to see us. Needless to say, my mom got pretty mad at my dad for not checking to see if my grandmother was home. All in all, we were missing for maybe 3 hours at most. My brother still claims it was my idea all along. Perhaps that's why we don't see eye to eye. I also once got lost leaving Disney because I went with the crowd and I looked behind and apparently no one I knew was behind me. Managed to find the group, freaking out only myself, and got a ribbing from an older girl 4 years over it. Let's set the scene. It's a poorly lit parking lot. Halloween night of my 5th grade year. My school was holding an event called Trunk or Treat. Parents would decorate the back of their cars, and kids would walk around the lot trick or treating. After an hour or so of vigorous sugar gathering, I had amassed a collection of assorted candies large enough to kill Wilford Brimley on sight. I, and my trusty pillowcase of diabetes, began looking for a new activity. I caught wind of a showing of The Haunting of Emily Rose in one of the school buildings. I'm like, heck yeah, I can go watch a movie my mom would never let me see, and attempt to eat my body weight in candy at the same time. Count me in. So I head over there, stoked as hell. The movie had just started, so I figured I had plenty of time to demolish that fat sack of sugary goodness. Now, the movie was repeatedly scaring the shit out of me, but it was cool, because I was noshing on frickin' nectar and ambrosia. After about an hour, I had put down enough sugar to put a blue whale in a diabetic coma, and I was feeling great. Just when I'm thinking this is heaven, I made it. This woman runs into the room frantically shouting, "Has anyone seen Dr_Eaton_Beaver?" I turn around, and we lock eyes. She sighs heavily, saying, "Oh, thank God. Come with me." I get up reluctantly, sensing that something is wrong. So perceptive. I know. Hold your applause please. As soon as we get outside she screams, in the most strident, blood-curdling voice she could muster, "I found him. I found him." A police car pulls up, and the officer put me in the back, and I'm like, oh shit. I didn't they would arrest me for watching a PG-13 movie without my parents. The nice officer drove around to where the trunk or treat was going on, and the door is yanked open and I'm enveloped in a massive bear hug by father, who is bawling his eyes out in joy. This is one of 2 times I have seen him cry in my life. My mother was standing nearby, in hysterics. So, as it turns out, I had neglected to tell anyone I was going to the movie, and a manhunt had been underway for a while. There were multiple police cars, and they were about a minute away from calling in trucks to begin dredging the nearby lake in hopes of finding my chocolate and swamp-filled body. Every ohm thought I was dead for an hour of my life. Imagine the candy I could have pillaged during that time. No regrets. Ninja Edit 4 formatting. Me and a friend went to see Chris Brown in concert years ago, and it wasn't until he arrived on stage an hour late we realized we would have to leave before his last song to catch the last train home. I live about an hour's drive from the stadium hall. As time went on we completely forgot about the last train, and by the time we remember and had legged it to the terminal, it had already left. Bricking myself I called my dad. This was about 12 to 1 am, and through his gritted teeth he agreed to come and get me and my friend. We had an hour to kill, and if you ever see the aftermath of a concert all you see on the floor is glow-in-the-dark bands which me and my friend thought it would be a great idea to collect. So after an hour, and 2 arms full of glow-in-the-dark bands, my dad calls saying he's outside waiting for us, but I told him that we were already outside waiting for him. It turned out we were on opposite sides of the stadium, and it was completely locked down. We couldn't get in the stadium or out. We had found our way outside to this loading bay area. It was completely deserted. We then noticed this weird white van slowly creeping up to us, so we did what any 15-year-old girl would do, run. Little did I know that dad called security and that was the security van trying to contact us saying my dad's reported us missing. Eventually security brought us back to my dad, and he wasn't even angry. I think he was just thankful we were safe. I went missing once. Except not really. I was 6. This was prior to Amber Alert, 99 or 00, can't remember, but my disappearance would have triggered that. So it's a typical weekday in the summer. The family recently bought a house in a nice, quiet neighborhood where everybody was friends and block parties were frequent. My uncle lived with us, and in exchange for having a place to live, he had to take care of myself and my brother during the day. Brother was 2-3 at this time. My uncle is pretty much a deadbeat recovering addict with no job/money, so out of the goodness of their hearts my parents gave him this responsibility and a place to stay. So on this day, I ask my uncle if I can go down the street to play with my friends. He says no. I get angry. To show my anger and still get to play, I decide to play hide and seek without telling my uncle. I hid behind my brother's bedroom door, which, when open, created a small triangle of space next to his bureau. Cue my uncle's insanity. He can't find me. So he calls the police and my parents. The local news finds out about it. Massive search begins in the woods near my house. At first I had no idea. Then strange people started coming into my house. Police officers bring their dogs. My poor 6-year-old mind can't handle this confusion. I get scared and stay in my little corner. Then I get brave and go out to the hall. My brother's bedroom is upstairs, and the stairs lead into the living room and are right next to the front door. To my surprise, I see my little brother sitting on the stairs. I whisper down to him, "Go get mommy or daddy." Instead he gives me a goofy toddler grin and waves. I hear people coming and run back to my hiding spot. This happens a few more times until finally my mom happened to see my brother giggling as he looked up the stairs. She comes over and sees me. Hooray, I've been found. My dad gets on the news crying, saying he's so happy I've been found. My uncle was promptly kicked out and we were sent to daycare. TLDR. 6-year-old plays hide and seek, tells nobody, and the world panics. I was 12 years old when my mother told me to go to the grocery store nearby and get some cheese. The neighborhood was shitty and poor, but whatever, I didn't find any cheese because it was a shitty grocery store. So I walked back and I saw my grandfather going out and asked me why I was out. I said my mother told me to get some cheese, but I didn't find any. He said he was going to visit some relatives and told me to come with him and get cheese on the way, and I did. I got my cheese, visited the relatives, stayed for an hour or so, and went back. When we got close I saw my mother knocking on doors with my cousin and he saw me and shouted. My mother turned around and I was looking. She came running to the car screaming at me. Everyone was out looking for me. They thought I was kidnapped because I'm a very pretty boy in the bad part of town. I gave her the cheese. She said I should have told her I went with my grandfather anyway. I was missing for 2 hours, kidnapped by my grandfather to take me to his brother. It wasn't the first time or the last time I was missing. My first memory was me missing. But like most times I never knew. I was just few kilometers away at the beach playing with sand. Visited that location few months ago. Sand is gone and replaced with some walking track. I was sitting and building my mountain because I was too little to think of castles. I was enjoying myself until some woman came and snatched me up and I was screaming and pointing at my mountain. It turned out that was my aunt looking for me. Everyone was looking for me that day. I wasn't actually missing, but my mom thought I fell in a river and drowned. Story: I was backpacking with my Boy Scout troop in California. My mom, whom worked for the US Forest Service, hears over her radio something along the lines of, "Boy Scout, in river at X location. Possible drowning." Needless to say, she goes code 3, red lights and sirens, driving a billion miles an hour up the freeway toward our location. We, of course, didn't have a cell phone or anything. So, we are hiking along in the area and we start to see search and rescue helicopters flying around. Thankfully, we were only a few miles from the trailhead, so my scout master took off. We had other adults there to find out what was going on and if we could help. When he gets there he finds out and immediately radios my mom. He was Forest Service too and had his radio in his personal vehicle. From what my mom told me, the conversation went something like this. Patrol 64, Le 1, go to TAC 3, Barbara, it's not our boys, pull over and calm down. Turns out that there was another Boy Scout troop in the area, and one of their boys was playing near the river and fell in. The area that he fell was really bad, and he was sucked under a rock and drowned. The troop came out a little while after my scout master and my mom was there at that point. She hugged me for about 30 minutes crying the whole time. It was pretty crazy. TLDR, be careful near rivers. The embassies in Rome and Florence were looking for my brother. He was visiting my sister in Florence while she was studying abroad. I'm at work late and get a group text from my dad telling my sister to call the police. I freak out and end up finding out that my brother has been missing all night in Florence. My parents are crying, not knowing what to do. From what little of the story I can piece together, my sister thinks he may be in jail as there was some sort of confrontation. I, knowing zero Italian, pull out my Google Translate app and start plugging in sentences like, "Is there an American boy there?" One jail ends up telling me yes, and I ask in broken Italian what is their address. I have no idea what he says. I then call the Four Seasons, a nice hotel will be able to speak English to me. They help me locate the address. In the meantime, my sister sends a text to my mom that she is going to start walking around Florence looking for my brother at 5 a.m. Well, she also decided to stop responding to texts at this time. So, after much panicking, calls, bank account searches, etc., we end up calling the embassy in Rome as the one in Florence is not open 24/7. The embassy is worried and calls every hospital and police station in the area. Nothing. I call my brother's phone again, and a random man answers. He found it on the street. Cue panic. Multiple hours later, my brother stumbles back to the hospital. Turns out during the confrontation, he lost his glasses, he's blind as a bat, and phone and was stumbling around the city for hours. Apparently he waved down the same car 3 times, because he couldn't see well. The embassy was not pleased. This isn't really my story, but I got entwined into it. I was 3 years old in China when this happened. My mom was working full time, and had just received a promotion. Because of her long hours, she hired a babysitter to take me and the neighbor's kid to our daycare together in the mornings. The neighbor's kid, we'll name her A, and I were really good friends and we even looked a lot like each other. One day, A and I were playing in the playground of the daycare, waiting to be picked up by our parents. There was a slide that looked like a tree and you would have to climb up the ladder inside that tree to get to the top of the slide. A and I liked to hide in there. That day, I told A that I was going to get us cookies from the teachers, and I told her to wait in the tree for me to come back. I got us both cookies, and when I turned around to head back, I saw a man dressed in all black go inside the tree, grab A, and swiftly leave the daycare. I didn't think much of it, and thought that it was just her dad picking her up. However, a few moments later, A's parents showed up, and asked me where A was. I told them that I thought she was picked up already, and that was when everyone started panicking. I was questioned extensively by her parents and the teachers, but I knew nothing that would help them. The next few days were hectic and everyone gathered around the TV and the phone constantly to hear back from the police. Eventually, we did get a call from the police. The kidnapper asked for a large amount of ransom money for the safe return of my silly cat. Everyone was confused. "What is he talking about?" said my mom. "My daughter is right here." That's when we all realized that the kidnapper made a mistake. Turns out, he took the wrong kid. His plan was to kidnap me, but took A by accident. Upon realizing his mistake, the kidnapper ceased contact and a week later, A was found wandering aimlessly in an alleyway by the police. From the police investigation, we learned that the kidnapper turned out to be one of my mom's coworkers. He was jealous that my mom got the promotion instead of him. After his arrest, my mom quit her job, moved us to America, and we never went back to that town again. So this definitely does not count, but on this past Tuesday my sister just got home from a music festival/vacation. She then gets a call from a number she does not know. The person on the other end of the phone says that they have me hostage and are demanding $1,000 ransom, or I'm a dead man. She is not allowed to hang up or tell anyone other than the people she was with. Lucky she was with my mother, who called me unlucky. When I answered she could not hear me, and I could hear her. She did not sound worried or sad, so I hung up the phone, called back, and got an immediate voicemail. Assuming nothing was wrong, I put my phone in my pocket and go back to my job. It was busy enough where I did not want to be rude and ignore those seated waiting to place an order to call my sister. So 2 hours go by, and I'm finally free enough to call and see what's up, but neither my sister or mother would answer. So I texted my mom, asked her what's going on, and she tells me to call me now. At this point I'm confused as fuck, as I live on my own and can't really be in trouble for anything, and she ignored the last 2 calls I made. I text her the number at my job and tell her to just call me there. I answer and she is freaking out, asking where I have been, if I'm okay, that kind of motherly stuff. I tell her I'm working and everything is fine. I scraped my arm but nothing serious. Apparently my phone giving me issues. That day confirmed this scammer in the minds of my mother and sister that I was being beaten and possibly killed over $1,000 car accident that I was a passenger in and the driver ran from the scene. At least that is the crazy story they told my sister. TLDR, my phone issues and some scammer made my mother and sister think I was being beaten and killed the whole time I was busy at work. Finally, I have a story that is relevant. When I was a baby back in 1994, not even a year old, my family moved to Dubai. My father is an air traffic controller and at the time was banned by President Reagan from working in the US because all the air traffic controllers went on strike in the early 80s and that was a big no-no. So he gave my dad and a couple thousand of his friends the boot and a lot of them ended up working overseas. One day we went out rug shopping at a nearby town/city, can't quite remember the name. My mother was carrying me around and all of a sudden a man just walked up to her and snatched me out of her hands and started saying, "Oh, what a beautiful baby boy." Yes, beautiful. So naturally my mother yells for my father, who is turned the other way looking at a rug or some sheet. As soon as my dad turned around, this Arab took off with me. Just started hauling us. A couple other people saw what was going on and all kind of got the guy cornered and ripped me out of his arms, and my dad just went off yelling at the guy while he was held down. He always tells me he wanted to just start beating the shit out of the guy, but because of the judicial system over there he knew even that would be risky. My parents don't like to talk about it much, so I've only heard that story a few times. Scary to think that I could have just been dragged off into the UAE. I'm sort of a repeat missing person, I guess, entirely by being an ass. The first time was when I was 4. My eldest cousin got married, and at the end of it when the bride and groom got into their car, 4-year-old me noticed it was absolutely fabulous. It had flowers and things on it and everybody was standing around it happily. I was a bit of a ham, did I say? And liked being the center of attention, so I decided that was where I belonged and hopped in uninvited and rode back to the house with them. My mom and dad came storming in half an hour later, my mother completely hysterical because they were convinced I'd been kidnapped. Oops. It is however my entire family's first memory of that wedding, so my fame whoring plans were a brilliant success. Sorry, cousin and cousin's wife. The second time was when I decided to bunk school as a 12-year-old, and I tried to make sure I wouldn't be caught by casually telling my dad not to send the car to get me from the bus stop if he had other things to do. Instead it just reminded him to send the car to the bus stop, and when I waltzed home later, the entire household was anxiously calling the school to ask what had happened to me. That was the last time I bunked school. Next, I decided to stop answering my parents' phone calls 1 month when I was feeling kind of depressed. I was living in a different country, on a different continent at the time. For 2 weeks, I would just refuse to answer the phone. At the end of the second week, my cousin showed up at my front door. My parents had called his parents and his parents had called him, and he'd driven the 2 hours down to check on me before calling the police. He was not happy. I'm kind of worried now that I will be the woman who called wolf too many times. I'm not a missing person, but have relevant story. I work for a university police, and one day a student walks into our office. He tells us that his roommate failed a test that day. He came back to the room, smashed his $1,000 laptop and smartphone, then said he was going to kill himself. The school obviously takes this very seriously, and every cop and student employee goes into search mode around campus. I'm not really looking forward to searching the fields and deserted areas around campus for fear of finding this kid dead, but of course I get asked to do exactly that. His car was still on campus and the bus drivers all said they did not remember him leaving. Long story short, the entire campus is searched. Dorm buildings, fields, every classroom. His parents end up coming into the office, crying and all that. His friends begin posting on Facebook, the county police are notified, and everyone starts organizing search parties and putting up flyers everywhere. Everyone, and I mean everyone, is talking about it. Students, professors, the police, and it's not looking good. Finally, out of desperation, I head back to the office and ask his parents if it's possible he went back to his home, which was an hour away. I convince them to call for the hell of it. They do, and as you may have expected, he picks up. It turns out that this kid just wanted to go home, but because he smashed all forms of communication, no one knew. And because we found out so quickly, his parents left the house before he made it home. So this kid looked like the biggest goober and was humiliated by everyone since you couldn't not see his face all over the campus. I felt bad for the kid and I think he ended up transferring, but it was pretty funny. TLDR, kid disappears from college, was fine and totally humiliated due to huge mobilized search for him. I was 11 years old and my brother was 8. We were living in a small town in Mexico at the moment and the public school we were attending did kind of a giveaway of computer lessons for the smartest kids of every grade and my brother and me were selected. My dad gave it classes in the local high school, so we already knew how to use computers, but we find out they would let us use internet after the classes. We didn't had internet because at that time it was very expensive and limited in that area. It was Saturday around 8 AM. Our father left us at the address they gave me at school, a place called the Culture House. They offered cheap paint, music, dance and cooking lessons there. It was closed. My dad waited 10 minutes there and then left when some people arrived to the place. We went in and asked for the classes and they didn't know what we were talking about. They were maintenance guys or something. So we left the building and started walking home, since it was about 40 minutes from there when we saw a kid from our school walking into a building around the corner. Turns out my teacher got the address wrong for some reason. Anyway, we had a boring 4-hour class of how to turn on and off a computer, how to write on Word, and how to mess around on Paint. After that we had 1 hour to use internet. My brother and me spent the hour playing on Cartoon Network website. The class was supposed to end at 1 PM and all the other kids were picked up, but my dad didn't showed up. We stayed there playing about another hour until they told us they were closing. So we went out and started walking home. I clearly remember we walked just 1 block and a woman from our neighborhood stopped her car by us and told us something like, "You parents are looking for you everywhere. We need to call them. Do you remember your phone number?" We looked at her confused and then a police truck rushed to us from 2 blocks away. A policeman said, "What's your name?" We replied and they told us to get on the truck because our parents were looking for us. Up in the police truck they had a black and white copy of 2 photos of my brother and me. He was really scared and started to cry. I was scared too, but I tried to be strong for my bro. I remember them talking with a bunch of different voices through the radio. We went to the police station. They took us some photos and took the personal info we could give. 5 minutes later my dad arrived and they asked him for more info for our profiles as I heard. He took us home. We saw a lot of unknown cars outside and 2 police trucks. Our family, teachers, neighbors, friends and the police were there. Mom was crying a lot and our teacher apologized for the misunderstanding of the address. Apparently, they thought we were lost or kidnapped because my dad passed by the Culture House earlier and found it closed again, and he didn't saw us in the common route we would took home. They even had the federal police deployed in every route of entrance to the town and some military forces looking for us in the nearest rural communities. To this day, we are still jokingly known there as the Lost Kids. As me and my brother always say, we weren't lost, just nobody knew where we were. TLDR, my dad left us 50 meters away from the place me and my brother were supposed to go. Mom gets the whole town to look for us when they didn't get to pick us up where dad left us. Me and my brother got booked by the Mexican police at 11 and 8 years old. 2 stories. When I was 6, oh boy, I went to visit my grandma with my mom half a city across. It was hot summer evening when we headed back. Near bus stop my mom bought me an ice cream on my insistence. She was afraid that if I gulped this cold ice cream all by myself I would catch cold, so we licked ice cream in turns. But I was pissed because I thought that my mom was ripping me off by biting larger than accessory lumps of ice cream. So I sulked and I kinda moved away from her at bus stop. When our bus drove to the bus stop my mom looked around and didn't see me. She assumed I got on the bus through another door. Her tigs were leaking. cause my little sister back home was hungry, so she got on the bus. Guess what? I didn't get on that bus. When I realized that my mama left me and I'm all alone, I decided to walk home. I didn't have penny on me and thought it was impossible and shameful to get on tram or bus without money. I knew way home pretty well by looking out window of the bus. It looked quite simple to me. It was short ride, like 30 minutes. So I walked and walked and walked some more. It took me 3 or 4 hours to get home. I covered on foot around 10 kilometers, 6 miles, through deserted industrial area. I even cut my way by going through garage complexes cause it's kinda hard to walk on road without any shoulder. I was thirsty and so tired when I got home. When I met friends in schoolyard and told them that I was coming from afar, they weren't much impressed. So, at the same time my parents were going nuts at home. When my mama got off the bus, she realized that I was missing. There was nothing she could do, so she hurried home, where she told my dad what has happened. Back then we didn't have phone, so they debated with their friend when to call police from phone booth. When I turned up, I was so miserable that they didn't punish me, and mama fed me cheese soup with nettles. Fast forward 20 something years, me, my wife and our 3-year-old daughter were in Moscow visiting my wife's cousins. Decided to bring all of our kids, nieces and nephews to Great Moscow Vernadsky Circus. So there were 4 adults and 4 kids. This particular circus has round shape and corridor runs its entire length. We got into circus and unrest, left kids with 2 cousins, took all clothes to cloakroom. We go back and realize that somehow a little dog there is missing. And there are scores of people around us, pushing us, kids screaming and all of that ruckus that accompanies crowds of parents with underage kids. We start looking for her nearby. We don't see her. I start running in one direction and my wife starts running in opposite direction. When we meet halfway we realize that we lost our child. We panic. We freak out. I run to entrance. I ask security guards, did you see little girl with curly hair, about 3-year-old dressed in this and that? They say that they didn't see anybody. I ask them not to let anyone out fitting this description. My wife's cousin, girl about 25-year-old, starts searching through every single toilet room in the building including men's. She takes no chances. I found public service announcement booth and ask them to announce disappearance of my kid. They say that it is useless cause speakers are only inside stage arena. So they ask me to wait till show. Well, I have to tell you, show has already started for me and my wife. So lucky we found a little girl. She was carried away by crowd and managed to sneak into stage area where she was stopped by lady guard, to whom she declared in broken Russian her name and where she lives. So far it was biggest scare of our lives. TLDR. 6-year-old stubborn boy got into fight with his mom over ice cream. Ends up walking home 6 miles on foot through industrial zone. Another time went to circus. Lost 3-year-old daughter. Women looking through men's rooms. Found kid inside arena. Not my story, but my mother who went on an extremely extended vacation to Mexico, prompting a missing persons report to be filed with the State Department. Several years ago my mom, who was retired and had recently acquired a new motorhome, decided to travel down to Mexico for a couple of weeks and travel around seeing the sights and visiting places. Trip was supposed to last only a couple of weeks, at which time she would return to the US and finish at another location other than home. Well, a month goes by and the friends that she was going to see at the end of the trip begin to worry, but figure she is just delayed due to all of the driving. After close to 2 months and no contact, my mom's friends contact her neighbors back home to see if she showed back up there instead of coming to see them. Neighbors reported that they had not seen or heard from her in almost 2 months, so they ended up calling the police. Since my mom was heading to Mexico, the police had to contact the State Department and file the report with them. My mom finally resurfaces a month after she was supposed to be back in the States, when she finally gets cell phone service from where she was at and sees about 1,000 missed calls and messages, several of which were from the local police department back home. She contacts the police to let them know she is okay, and she was instructed to drive to the nearest US consulate embassy to verify in person that she was who she said she was on the phone and that she was physically alright. Turns out that she started to take side trips along the way as she traveled from one place to the next and stayed longer here and there than she had planned to do. Since she was retired and had no urgent plans after her vacation, she just lost track of time and figured it was no big deal. Edit. Word. Nothing too dramatic. I went up to Montana with my 2 aunts to attend my cousin's college graduation from a small Catholic college in Helena. The family, my 2 aunts, an uncle and cousins, along with a neighbor of one of my aunts, turned it into a mini vacation. Anyway, we go out to eat. I remember the restaurant was also a bar and casino, but I was well below the age for either, 10 at the time. We are finishing up dinner and I realize I've got to take a shit. So, as everyone is yapping away, I get up to go use the bathroom. I remember telling 2 of my cousins I was going to the bathroom and to make sure no one leaves me. They agree and act like they understand, and I jet off to the bathroom. Well, I'm in there for a bit, though I'm trying to hurry, and finally finish up about 5 minutes later. So, I venture out of the bathroom, and back toward the table and no one is there, except the busboy as he cleans it off. I ask him what happened to the family sitting there and he shrugs, saying they just left. I run toward the door, and out into the parking lot, just as the last car, my aunt's neighbor, drives away. My heart sunk. We were staying at Motel 6, and I had zero clue where it was. I slink back into the restaurant freaking out, and wander over to the bar. I hop on a stool next to this older couple and sighs. The bartender, a younger woman, awkwardly looks at me. She finally asks me what's wrong, and I tell her, and the older couple, what happened. The man I'm sitting next to is wearing a big old cowboy hat, and it's clear he's drunk. As he downs his drink, he smiles and then slurs to me that he would happily give me a ride to the motel just after he has another drink. I politely decline and the bartender eventually steps in and tells me she'll give me a ride back to our motel. Really cool lady. We head off toward the parking lot and she offers to take me for a ride on her Holly. I pussyed out and we rode in a Camaro instead. I always did regret passing up a chance to ride on her bike. Motel was not far at all. I probably could have walked there no problem with how small Helena is, but I was a kid. The lady drops me off. I thank her and head up to one of my aunt's rooms. When I get there, I knock and one of my cousins opens the door. Everyone is just relaxing in the beds watching TV. I tell them what happened, and they think I'm lying. So, my aunt calls my other aunt and asks if Salsa drove back with her and she's like, I thought he was with you. No one knew I had been gone for over an hour. No one even realized I had been left at the restaurant. Then it hit me, I could have been missing the whole night and no one would have noticed. One aunt would have thought I was sleeping in the other room and that aunt would have thought I was sleeping in my other aunt's room. Everyone found it amusing, though. Well, everyone except my mom, whose fears of me ever doing anything fun were justified. That sucked. Really wasn't a true missing persons incident, but here is my story. I was in the 8th grade and we all took a school field trip to a baseball game. I just moved to this school, so I did not have any friends. The teachers told us to be back at the buses at 2 o'clock. All of the kids were allowed to wander around the baseball stadium and go get food, drinks, or to just hang out. I grew up playing baseball, so I really wanted to watch the game. I found an open seat and decided to sit in it for the duration of the game. The people around me were so friendly and nice. They bought me hot dogs, lemonade, and peanuts. It was so much fun. Well, as 2 o'clock rolled around I was out by where the buses were and no one was to be found. They faking left me. I was left in a big city all by myself around a bunch of strangers. After 2 hours of me walking around hoping that someone would find me, I called my dad from a payphone. The ballpark was able to find me in 5 minutes and sent a guard to sit with me till my family came and got me. The school later was in a shitstorm by my family. The school tried to play it off as if it was my fault and that they had to get back to the school to drop off the other kids. My family was furious that they could find me in 5 minutes of me calling them and that a whole group of volunteer chaperones could not find me. Talk about an interesting next few weeks in school. I was on Clacton Beach when I was about 5, dressed in only my swimming trunks. Speedos, in case you were wondering. My dad had taken me to the toilets, which were on a ledge about 1.5 meters high. When we left the toilets I decided I wanted to walk on the sand instead of on the concrete ledge, so, without telling my dad, jumped off the ledge and started running towards where I thought my family was. Turns out I went the wrong way, having had a choice of either left or right. My dad, bless him, didn't notice I was gone until he got back to my mum and brother. The next half an hour or so was a bit of a blur for me. I remember just carrying on running, stopping, noticing how small the Ferris wheel had got, and then running back towards it. I don't want to blow my own trumpet, but I'd say that's pretty fucking smart for a 5-year-old. When I finally got back to my family, my older brother was sitting on a huge mound of sand that he'd made so he could keep lookout. I'm not sure how accurate this memory is, but I remember it being at least twice the size of me. My mum came running over to me asking where I'd been, if I was alright, and my dad ran the other way to the phone box, yep, a phone box, to tell the police I'd been found. I'm not sure why no one came to see if this obviously lost 5-year-old boy in only a pair of Speedos was alright. Maybe they did, and I just didn't notice. The summer after 5th grade I went on a hike with a few of my friends and our parents. We were walking ahead of the adults, and so my friend's dad told us to follow the white path markers back to the car in case we got too far ahead / separated. This was before every 12-year-old had a cell phone. Turns out the white path markers did not take us back to the parking lot, but instead further into the Appalachian Trail. As it starts to get dark, my friends and I start to realize something is wrong. All of us kept our cool and continued walking through the woods, hoping to find or hear our parents or a road, not really realizing how shitty this situation could get as we were without any kind of supplies like water or even a sweatshirt. After wandering in the dark for hours, we finally decided to stop and rest for a little while on a giant tree which had fallen and was large enough for us all to sit / lay comfortably across its trunk. Sitting on that tree trunk in the pitch black and silence for the first time in my life, I felt the overwhelming feeling of how small I was and how big the world is. A deep dark forest will do this even for adults, let alone us 11 to 12-year-old kids. We encountered all kinds of cool and probably some dangerous wildlife: owls, foxes, deer, coyotes. My friend swore he saw a mountain lion, but he was also the only one that started to lose it, eventually even crying and whining how we would never be found, dramatizing on how the local news would film our rooms, how we had left them earlier that day with our sobbing mothers in the background. Needless to say, we all told him to shut up and buck up, and as a group decided to keep on walking through the night. Finally, at what was probably around 3 AM, we had gone missing around 6 PM. We stumbled upon clearing in the woods, and far off in the distance, saw the light coming from the windows of a giant, old house. Thirsty, cold, hungry and tired, we made a run for the house and knocked on the door. Lucky for us, the Summer Olympics were taking place and the most lovely elderly couple opened the door, invited us in, called our parents, made us popcorn and let us pile on their couch and watch the Olympics with them. Around dawn our parents arrived, everyone was crying, and my dad told me that they had helicopters flown down from Albany to look for us with heat sensors and police officers and search dogs looking everywhere. Turned out though that we had traveled much farther down the trail than they had expected us to, or else we would have been found earlier. After thanking the couple who had taken us in, we left and all went out to breakfast before heading home. While it turned out very well for my friends and I, it obviously could have been a disaster. Regardless, I always look back on this experience positively. It was my first real adventure and a true coming of age as I started middle school only 2 weeks later. My uncle actually did her kidnapped, unlike all these people talking about how they almost got kidnapped. He was 12 years old and he was playing with my mom and they broke an umbrella they were fighting over. My grandpa was very strict and he had a meeting that day, and it happened to be monsoon season. My uncle was petrified when my grandpa asked for the umbrella. To avoid a spanking, he temporarily ran away from home. There was a soccer game happening at a nearby stadium, so he snuck inside and sat down to watch the game. 2 men came and sat on each side of him. They put a chloroform rag on him, and when he passed out they posed as his uncles and kidnapped him. He woke up hours later on a rickshaw in a random village. Nearest villages are about an hour or 2 away from the capital where my uncle was at the time of the kidnapping. He saw his kidnappers, and he felt hunger from whatever they had given him. He somehow jumped out of the rickshaw and ran towards the fields where some farmers were working. He started screaming, "Kidnappers! Kidnappers!" and reached the farmers and promptly collapsed. The farmers ran after the kidnappers, but they got away. When my uncle gained consciousness again, the farmers got his information and pumped him on a bus to the city. Once he got off at the bus stop by his house, he started vomiting again and collapsed. Fortunately, a teacher who worked at my grandpa's school found him and took him home. Not really missing per se, but cops were called and parks were shut down, so it almost counts. My parents lost me at the Toronto Zoo when I was around 8 years old. So my family, 5 kids, and my cousin/aunt/uncle, 4 kids, were all chilling at the zoo. We stopped to look at the tigers and 5 minutes later I turn around and everyone is gone. So I keep walking up ahead, thinking they are just a bit further up, and I just have to catch up with them. No. After walking through the entire rest of the park, and no, it's not huge, but for an 8-year-old it was pretty big, panic started to set in. Now, the next part is obviously my fault, but I was really shy, like painfully shy, at the time. So I start freaking out and running around the zoo trying to find my parents with no success. I start noticing the zoo employees are looking really suspicious whenever they see me, so I start walking along with big groups, pretending like I belong with them, or hiding behind bushes when I see them coming. My shyness at having to talk to these people unfortunately overrode my distress at being separated from my parents. So this goes on for about an hour and a half. At some point, I realize, dude, I've only been looking in the second half of the zoo. I never went back to where I lost my family or any of the zoo we had visited before that point. So I book it back to the tiger exhibit, and as I'm coming around the corner, there is my uncle, my brothers and my cousins all hunkered down having some snacks. Now, my uncle is an okay dude, but until I was about 16 I was terrified of him. He's just kind of a grumpy old man with a sarcastic sense of humor that doesn't really jive well with super shy 8-year-old girls. So I'm standing at the top of this ramp thing looking at my uncle and brothers and cousins, and hoping my parents will show up, because he's the last person I want to see right now. Eventually, of course, he spots me, and is like a Lewin. "Get down here now," all angry like. So I start crying, obviously, and I'm all upset. So he actually was pretty nice to me after that. Think he realized he scared me, haha. Anyway, I'm drinking a juice box and my mom comes around the corner and I have never been so happy to see her in my life. Apparently while I was gone they shut the park down and had a good number of police there looking for me. Those zoo employees I was all paranoid were, in fact, looking for me. Also, more funny, in hindsight, my cousin who is a year younger than me was wearing a matching outfit, as we often did in our childhood. And the cops/zoo people kept grabbing her thinking she was me, and my poor aunt and uncle were just like, "Sigh, this is the 5th time, that's her cousin. We are not going anywhere. These are her brothers." So yeah, the whole thing only lasted 2 hours or so, but for an 8-year-old and a mother missing her child it felt like an eternity. I don't know if I'm coming into this thread too late, but when I was about 12 I took my first trip to ride the sand dunes of Glamis. The road to the campsites runs east/west and is separated by washes every quarter to half mile. We were camped at Wash 13 and we showed up at the campsite when all of the experienced Glamis riders were out in the dunes. So I unloaded my CRF 150 and went for a ride without an explanation of how to find Milligram Camp again. So I started up my bike and went out into the small dunes. 1 or 2 hills over I laid the bike down, and when I finally got up panting and sweating, heavy bike in thick sand, every single dune looked exactly the same to me. I figured out later that when I resurfaced from the dunes I ended up at Wash 2 or more than 3 miles from my camp. The cell service was spotty at times so contacting my father was impossible. About 6 hours had passed, and at this point I'm starting to get pretty scared. I stopped at a random camp and they gave me fuel and water, and one of the adults who was fond of popping wheelies on his YFZ 450 helped me try to find my camp. Little to my knowledge we were miles away the whole time. However, right when things seemed hopeful, this guy cheated on his ATV 20 feet in front of me and was actually fairly beat up. This sucked because it was now very dark out and I was following this guy for his headlight. Eventually I found someone that had OnStar in their pickup. I'm not sure how it works, but they had perfect service. We learned that my dad had found a tiny bit of cell service at Wash 10 and had reported me missing. Overall a pretty traumatic experience, but you bet yours I learned how the washes worked immediately. I was recently separated from my husband around the time of my birthday 1 year, but we were still living together. I met someone fantastic, and we spent 5 days snorting all of my Adderall and having sex. I did not once look at my phone during this time. I will say that I had recently found lumps in my breast and was very stressed out waiting until the mammogram, which was scheduled for the 5th day. I say that because it gives some explanation to my just taking off and not caring who worried. I was worried in my own right and that is kind of my MO in times of stress. Turns out my husband called 911 and the cops showed up to take a report. He said that when they arrived one cop said to the other that this place is a dump. I'd go missing too, which is just not helpful. We do live in a small apartment and things are cramped, but it's no dump. About that time, my mother responded to my husband's frantic call with a text that said, "Promise me you didn't do anything to her," which given his temper wasn't the most out there question. He has never been violent to me, but has destroyed a lot of my belongings, etc. The police read the text and proceeded to wake the building super and look through all of the trash. I don't know what that was about, really, as well as take my husband to the precinct for questioning for 12 hours. On the 5th day I looked at my phone, remembered my mammogram, and barely made it in time. They were only cysts in my breast and the guy I was with while missing, and I are still together today. So it was worth it, though I regret causing all of that worry. 989.